Dear Coop, by the time you read this, chances are I'll be either missing or dead. Whatever you do, don't come looking for me. Making people disappear, as you already know, is what they do best. They're experts at hiding things, the living and the dead, the truth. They've been doing it for at least 100 years, longer, if Jack Casey is to be believed, and I have no reason not to believe him. Not anymore. This is what I know for sure. They're known to strike in daylight, but more often they wait for darkness, like vampires. They work in pairs. If they come for me, no, not if, it's a matter of when they come for me, I'm sure they'll bring a small army. They won't kill me. They want to bring me back to that place they call home. It's where I belong, they say, to atone for my sins. I'm writing you this letter on the back porch of a rental home in Ogunquit, Maine. It's remote and private here. The salty air blowing off the water feels unnaturally warm for this first week of December. Maybe it's the Irish whiskey. I'm drinking Middleton, your favorite, and as I look out over the porch railing at the setting sun, I can't stop thinking about how we're only given one life. How there's no second or third act, just this messy and imperfect one we've been handed, and it's up to us how we choose to live it. You were right, Coop. I should have chosen you when I had the chance. I've included the key from my condo, just in case you no longer have the copy I gave you. The condo, everything inside, it's all yours now. You need to know everything that happened. I want you to know the truth about what I saw, about what happened to me and Jack Casey. The first time I met him, Casey told me about his early career, his days working as an FBI profiler in what used to be called the Behavioral Science Unit. He called it the Monster Factory. He told me there were creatures lurking around us, doing things that the human mind doesn't want to, or maybe can't, comprehend. I thought he was being overly dramatic. Now I know Casey was speaking the truth. I've witnessed what lives behind their masks. I'll tell you one other thing I know for certain. Casey? He's the only one who believes me. Part 1. The Good Thief. Chapter 1. When the helicopter began its rapid descent to the now-defunct Pease Air Force Base in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Darby McCormick shifted her gaze out of her window and saw, courtesy of the bright searchlight blazing from the copter's belly, a big white van parked on the quiet stretch of dark and empty tarmac far below. She spotted a turret on the roof and then, a moment later, could make out the black gun ports along one side. Not a van, but an armored personnel carrier, a brick shithouse of a vehicle meant to withstand both gunfire and explosions. The thing could roll over a landmine without suffering so much as a dent. Darby rubbed her fingers across her dry lips, thinking. An hour ago she'd been sitting in her living room, finishing off a Heineken and watching the final minutes of the Celtics game. Boston was giving the New York Knicks a well-deserved and highly enjoyable ass-kicking, when the phone rang. She had hoped it was Coop calling from London. He'd been moved there 3 months ago, and because of the different time zones, London was 5 hours ahead of Boston. They were constantly playing phone tag. She had called him earlier in the day to thank him for the gift, an antique hardcover copy of her all-time favorite book, Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. The gruff voice on the other end of the line introduced himself as Gary Trent, SWAT Senior Corporal for the Portsmouth and Durham areas of New Hampshire. He told her she was needed up north immediately and that someone was already on his way to take her to Logan Airport. Darby told him she didn't store her SWAT gear at home, just her tactical equipment. "Don't worry," Trent said. "All the arrangements had been made." Then he hung up. The man's abruptness, or his failure to explain why she was needed, didn't surprise or shock her, as SWAT never spoke over an unsecured channel. She shut off the TV and went to her bedroom closet to gather the things she needed. 5 minutes later, when she heard the buzzer for her condo, she grabbed her duffel bag, locked up, and headed down the winding set of stairs to the building's front door. Her escort, a skinny, puppy-faced Boston patrolman she didn't know, looked like a teenager dressed up as a cop for Halloween. He said his name was Tim, and informed her he'd been ordered to bring her to Logan, where a private helicopter would take her directly to New Hampshire. Clearly, Timmy had been given the word to step on it. Lights flashing and sirens wailing. The car made it to Logan in record time. Darby wondered how the Boston brass felt about her being called in to assist in a SWAT operation. 3 months ago, Boston PD had suspended her, with pay, from the Criminal Services Unit, the department's specialized group that dealt with violent crime. CSU had been dismantled temporarily, maybe even permanently, in the wake of the murder of Boston Police Commissioner Christina Chizinski. Seated inside the helicopter, it came back to her again, that night inside the abandoned auto garage with the 2 cops who had kidnapped her. One was a federal agent, the other a Bellum detective, a man she had known since childhood, Artie Pine, a close friend and confidant of her deceased father, and they had planned on torturing her. Darby killed them both, and on her way out of the garage, found Christina Chizinski waiting in an adjoining room, the woman sitting at an old desk holding a shotgun, the police commissioner's hands covered in latex gloves. Darby remembered the momentary flash of surprise on the woman's face at being discovered. "You're supposed to be dead," that look said. And then the woman said, "I have a way out of this for you. If you play your cards right, you'll come out of this looking like a hero." Darby didn't have to worry about Chizinski anymore, or internal affairs. Darby had told the IA officers that Artie Pine had killed the police commissioner. She had staged the crime scene, and after hearing the recording of Chizinski boasting about her skillful corruption methods, IA had cleared her. Now she had a more pressing problem: the Boston Police Department. The brass believed she had committed the one mortal and unforgivable sin, airing the department's dirty laundry in the press. That was the real issue at work here, why the suits were taking so long deliberating her fate. If she was reinstated, her lawyer had an almost unwavering confidence that this would, in fact, happen. The powers that be would find a way to punish her. Probably kick her back to the lab and make her process rape kits or feed old DNA samples into CODIS. Drown her in mind-numbing work given to a first-year forensic tech. The helicopter made a hard landing on the tarmac. Darby unbuckled her seatbelt, grabbed her heavy duffel bag, and opened the cabin door, crouching underneath the steady thump-thump-thump of the spinning blades. Once she cleared them, she hoisted the bag over her shoulder and ran through the brisk late-September night air, heading for the SWAT officer, dressed head to toe in black assault gear, standing by the APC's rear doors. Darby climbed inside, quickly found the empty spot on the edge of the right bench mounted against the wall, and sat. A SWAT officer banged a gloved fist twice on the wall, the signal to get rolling. The APC lurched forward, and just before its rear doors slammed shut, she caught sight of the copter taking back off. 6 SWAT officers, all men in heavy black assault gear and with black grease paint on their faces, crammed the benches. Her attention locked on the 7th man, a big white guy standing near a partition behind the driver, looking away from her and his men. He held on to one of the metal handles installed on the ceiling while he talked on a phone connected to an encryption pack. He stared down at the floor, listening to the person on the other end of the line, his jaw muscles bunching as he bit down hard on the wad of gum wedged between his front teeth. He appeared to be in his mid to late 40s, and in the dim interior light she could make out the stubble on his shaved head, the webbing of fine white lines around his narrowed eyes. Has to be Trent, she thought, tying her hair behind her neck, using one of the elastics she always wore around her wrists. She could feel the stares coming from the black-painted faces. They were trying to size her up. SWAT was still strictly boys only. It didn't matter if she could shoot the balls off a flea, or that she could go head-to-head with any one of these bozos and have him on his knees sobbing in less than a minute. Right now they couldn't see past her tits. They were probably wondering how she'd be in the sack. The Puerto Rican-looking guy sitting to her right, a dead ringer for one of her favorite Red Sox players of all time, Manny Ramirez, held a gas grenade launcher between his knees, and had no problem checking her out like she was a piece of meat. Darby turned to him, grinning, and said, "Something on your mind, cowboy?" He licked his lips, and she expected him to say how she looked like Angelina Jolie. More than one person had said they had the same lips and eyes, but Darby didn't see it. She had auburn hair, for one, and green eyes, and, unlike Mrs. Brad Pitt, she had a permanent scar on her left cheek, courtesy of being hit by an axe that had fractured her cheekbone. The surgeons ended up removing the bones and installing something called a Metacore implant. Instead, the Manny Ramirez-looking guy said, "You the same Darby McCormick who was involved in that shootout at the garage with the Boston Police Commissioner?" She nodded, knowing where this conversation was headed. "That recorded conversation between you and Chizinski, where she admits to all her foul deeds?" He whistled. "That broad was one cold and cunning bitch. She sold her soul, and for what? To protect that Irish gangster prick Sullivan? And a serial killer to boot. Damn smart of you using your cell to record that conversation." Darby had a captive audience. She saw the grins and nods from the other men seated around her, leaning forward to listen to her every word. "You're lucky that conversation got leaked to the media," he said. "Otherwise, no one would have believed that shit." "I'm assuming you have a point here?" "Got some friends at Boston PD. "Congratulations." "Word is, you released that recording to the press." Darby shook her head and chuckled softly. Amazing. The cops she met now didn't care about Chizinski being exposed for the corrupt and cunning bitch she was, how the woman had, over the course of her career, orchestrated the murders and disappearances of several dozen state cops, federal agents, Boston patrolmen, undercover detectives, and eyewitnesses. With a phone call, she had removed from the earth anyone who had tried to expose Frank Sullivan's horrific methods. Thomas Big Red McCormick had been one of her victims. Yet the only thing every cop wanted to know was whether she had been the one who had leaked the Chizinski tape to the media. "Wasn't me," Darby said. Technically, that was true. Coop had been the one who had released it to the press. She had only forwarded him a copy. Manny Ramirez leaned in closer. She could smell his stale cigarette breath. "You'll have to forgive me for asking this, but me and the boys here are wondering if you're recording this conversation right now. What do you think?" "I think I should pat you down just to make sure. Hey, nobody here wants to be on the news. You know how reporters can slice and dice things to make you look bad." Darby smiled. "Touch me, and you'll be picking your broken fingers out of your ass." Manny seemed to be seriously considering making a move. He opened his mouth, about to speak, when a wail of sirens cut him off. The APC had picked up a police escort, several of them, judging by the multiple sirens. The big white guy standing at the end shouted into the phone, "Tell 'em we're on our way. ETA 10 minutes. The gruff and raspy voice belonged to the man she had spoken to earlier. Gary Trent slammed the phone back against his cradle, walked down the APC, and took a seat across from her. Chapter 2. "That was the command post," Trent shouted over the sirens. "CP said the subject is threatening to start killing the hostages." Darby leaned forward, propping her elbows on her knees. "How many?" "4. He's got them tied up in this bedroom right here." He turned slightly to point to a whiteboard showing a layout of the house. "He's drawn down the shades on all the top-floor windows, so there's no way we can get a clear shot." "You already got a sniper in position?" Trent nodded. "He's on the roof across the street. It's the only place offering a clear view of the bedroom. Spotter's using a thermal imaging scope, so we can make out their heat signatures pretty clearly. One hostage appears to be tied to a chair. The other 3 are on the floor. At the moment, everyone's alive, but this guy's getting edgy, threatening to kill them. I'm hoping he'll hold off until you get in there and talk to him." "I'm not a hostage negotiator." Trent flapped a hand. "I know that, but you know the family. Mark and Judith Rizzo." The name triggered a flood of memories and mental snapshots. There was one that stood out from the others. That overcast morning she'd spent in the couple's kitchen of their Brookline home, a place where the greatest threat to kids was getting hit by a car. The previous day, on a late October afternoon, with the sky beginning to grow dark, their youngest child, their 10-year-old son Charlie, told his mother he was going down the street to visit a neighborhood friend. The mother told him to be careful and to ride his bike on the sidewalk, not on the main street, and returned to making dinner. Charlie hopped on his blue Huffy and vanished. In her mind's eye, Darby could see Mark Rizzo, a man with thick, bushy black hair and olive skin, sitting at the kitchen table next to his wife, Judith, a curvy, pale-skinned Irish Catholic, 11 years his senior. Could see the parents staring down at a mess of photographs sprawled across the blood-red tablecloth, both unwilling to touch them, terrified that by picking one to run on the TV and in the newspapers, they'd seal their son behind it, imprison him someplace where they'd never see or hear from him again. And they never did, Darby thought, returning her attention to Trent. The APC was driving fast now, the engine's low, deep rumbling vibrating through the metal bench and climbing through her limbs. The air, much warmer than before, reeked of gun oil. Trent shouted, "The kid disappeared over a decade ago, right?" 12 years, Darby shouted back. Charlie Rizzo's abduction had been her first field case. "You ever find his body?" Darby shook her head, a part of her still thinking back to that morning in the Rizzo's kitchen. Standing behind the parents were Charlie's older sisters, blue-eyed, curly blonde twins named Abigail and Heather, tall for their age, and wearing tight Abercrombie & Fitch T-shirts stretched over curvy frames still holding baby fat. Abigail, the one with the Cindy Crawford type of beauty mark near her lip, swiped a shaky hand over her wet and bloodshot eyes, and then reached over her father's big shoulder. "This one," Abigail said, picking up a photo of a gap-toothed kid with dark black hair and olive skin, his rolls noticeable under the white Star Wars T-shirt with Darth Vader. "This one's the most recent picture of Charlie." Trent shouted, "When was the last time you spoke to the parents?" "Back when they were living in Massachusetts, in Brookline. Must have been maybe 2 years or so after Charlie vanished. They came to ask about some private investigator who offered to help them. The father was thinking of cashing in some of his retirement account to pay for it and wanted to know if I knew this guy, what I thought. I told him to save their money." "They hire him?" Darby nodded. "Nothing came of it. No new leads. I think they hired another guy who specialized in missing kids, but I don't know for sure." "When did they move to New Hampshire?" "When the girls got accepted to UNH. They're finishing up their final year. They're living at home, not at the college. After what happened to the boy, I guess the parents wanted the girls to stick close by so they could keep an eye on him." "You need a hostage negotiator." "Already got one. Guy named Billy Lee. He's already made contact." "So why am I here?" "Person holding the family hostage. He's demanding to speak to you. Won't speak to anyone but you." "What's his name? Do we know?" Trent nodded. "Guy's saying he's their kid. Their son. Charlie Rizzo." Chapter 3. Darby stared at Trent. Stared at him for what seemed like a long time. "You heard me right," Trent shouted. "Guy said he can prove it, too." "How?" "He won't say. This guy, well, let's just call him Charlie, keep it simple. Charlie says he won't speak to anyone but you. Said that if we can get you to come up here and talk to him, alone, face to face, he'll release the hostages. I'm not buying it. He already shot someone." "Who?" "Don't know the Vic's name. He didn't have any ID on him. He's a white male, bald, somewhere in his 50s. Charlie shot this guy in the back, twice. Ambulance arrived at the house before we did, and found the Vic lying in shrubs. Last report is the guy's still alive but unconscious. He lost a lot of blood." "How do you know Charlie shot him?" "He called 911 and told the operator." "Charlie made the call?" Trent nodded. "He identified himself by name to the dispatcher, then told the woman about the shooting and dumping the body out of the window, told her exactly where it was lying. Then he said he's holding the Rizzo family hostage and, get this, the son of a bitch requested a SWAT team, said he wouldn't release a single hostage unless a SWAT team was brought to the house along with some sort of bulletproof vehicle. Oh, and the body dumped in the shrubs? He told the dispatcher it was a gift. For you. Darby shifted in her seat. Those were his exact words? Trent nodded, checking his watch. He say why he asked for me? No. You have any ideas? She shook her head. Has he asked for any other demands besides wanting to talk to me? No, just you. Darby took a moment to digest this. Not for 1 second did she believe Charlie Rizzo was alive and waiting for her at this house, but someone had summoned her, and this person's actions and choice of words were unsettling, to say the least. Trent shouted, I talked with your former SWAT instructor. Haug? Trent nodded. He gave you nothing but high praise. Says you're one of the best shooters he's ever seen, that you know how to handle yourself in close-quarter combat. He called you Rambo with tits. That sounds like something Haug would say, Darby thought, grinning. The man was without a filter. Haug called it like he saw it and didn't give 2 shits about political correctness. He had no shades of gray in him. You always knew where you stood with him. She wished there were more people like him in her professional life. Trent said, He also told me you've had some experience in hostage situations. She had, but her first one hadn't ended well. She had tried negotiating with a frightened 13-year-old named Sean Shepard. The boy had somehow managed to smuggle a revolver into his hospital room. Instead of surrendering the firearm, he shot himself in the head. Darby didn't see any need to inform Trent about this. The news about Sean Shepard, along with her paid suspension following the murder of the Boston police commissioner, had been plastered all over the New England papers and TV for several weeks. Even if Trent hadn't read about it, Haug would have told him. The sirens stopped wailing. A voice crackled over the wall-mounted speakers. ETA, 3 minutes. Trent said, I'm going to have you going alone, but we'll mic you so we can hear you, and you'll be able to hear either me or the hostage negotiator with this. He handed her a small wireless earpiece. She doubted Charlie would notice it. If he did, he wouldn't care, as he had been the one who had requested a SWAT team. Odd. No, not odd. An inner voice cautioned. It's bizarre, like he's already got some endgame in place. As for gear, Trent said, I've got you a full assault suit. What size are you? She told him. She didn't need boots. She was already wearing the extra pair she kept at home. Trent stood up in order to grab her gear. Darby fitted the earpiece into her right ear. It went in smooth and easy. Then reached into her duffel bag and removed a pair of Hatch protective arm sleeves. The thin layer of Kevlar would protect her arms, wrists, and hands, but not her fingers, from biting and sharp objects, like knives and razors. Trent came back holding a tactical vest. I already installed a mic on it, he said, taking the seat opposite her. In case you're asked to take off the vest, and it has happened, believe me, I want to place a second mic on you, someplace he's not likely to look, or touch. You got the mic on you? Trent opened his hand. Resting in the center of his rough, calloused palm was a tiny wireless mic around the size of a pencil eraser. She knew the perfect place for it. Darby pulled off her long-sleeved T-shirt, catching Trent's look of surprise. She didn't feel embarrassed. She had been the only female cadet during her SWAT training and hadn't asked Haug for any special treatment, sleeping and eating with the boys, even sharing the single locker room, albeit on a separate row, to allow her some semblance of privacy. Trent's gaze lingered on her bra for a moment. Then he realized what he was doing, forced his attention to the ceiling, and pretended to be studying the turret. Some of the other men examined their weapons or checked their tactical equipment, while she went to work clipping the mic to the center of her black lacy but padded bra. The Manny Ramirez-looking officer to her right had no problem staring down her cleavage. They're a 34C, Darby said. Satisfied? Very, he replied. Nice abs, too. Thank you. She looked at Trent and pointed to the mic hidden in the center of her bra. How much juice does this thing have? Battery's got 2, maybe 3 hours. Same with the one in your vest. Trent looked down the row to the short SWAT officer holding the padded end of a headset against one ear. "Loud and clear," he told Trent. From the duffel bag, she removed a nylon sheath holding a tactical knife with an 8-inch blade. She strapped it underneath her left forearm, resting the handle, with its dual-pronged grips for quick and easy removal, near her wrist. She put her T-shirt back on and rolled the baggy cotton sleeve over the knife. Perfect. Charlie wouldn't see the knife, but he'd find it if he patted her down. Trent had good taste in equipment. He had given her a Black Hawk tactical float vest, good Kevlar protection, and multiple side pouches with Alice clips. One side pouch held 3 empty slots for extra ammo. The bigger one contained a brand-new gas mask, a top-of-the-line model with a wide, transparent polycarbonate visor and a military-grade filter positioned on the right side so it wouldn't interfere with her vision. The mouthpiece also had the new voice-amplifying system. "Where'd you get the funds for all this equipment?" she asked, dipping into the duffel bag again for the tactical pouch holding her sidearm. "You guys hit the lottery?" "In a macabre way, yes, we did," Trent said. "After 9/11, the state got a massive influx of cash to upgrade all our gear and weapons, and there was enough money left over to buy the bear." He tapped the wall of the APC. "What are you packing? Looks like a Sig Sauer." "P226, Darby said, strapping the sidearm against her right thigh. "Nice choice, but our guy's probably going to have you dump it. You're going to need a backup piece and someplace to hide it. I've already got it covered." She rolled up her jean cuff and showed him the weapon tucked beneath the lip of her boot, a compact Sig Sauer P230 in an ankle holster. She slipped on the tactical vest, zippered it up, and found, strapped to the right front, a black piece of metal shaped like a baton. It had a trigger. "What's this?" "Net gun launcher," Trent said. 2 rounds. They only need 1. Wraps the person in a web. It's electrified, gives the person a slight jolt, and it's made of this sticky shit, so there's no way you can tear it off. I'm not a big fan of the non-lethal gadgets, but this one shows a lot of promise." Darby started transferring the extra clips of ammo from her duffel bag. "What's the plan? You gonna drive the APC up to the house?" "Our boy Charlie requested it. I'm gonna park it right in front so he can't miss it." "I want you to keep your men in here until I give the order to breach." "He asked for us, remember?" "Understood, but if you want me to go in there and talk to him, I'll be the one giving the orders." That hit a nerve. Trent's gaze narrowed in his stony face. She knew the senior corporal was about to launch into a lecture about how this was a tactical operation and, as such, he would be the one calling the shots. "I don't know anything about this guy's mental state," she said. "For all I know, he's a schizophrenic. If he sees your men standing around the house, armed, it might set him off. He might start shooting." "All the more reason why men should be positioned in and around the house." "I can handle him, and I'm going to get him to walk out of there alive. If we carry him out in a body bag, we won't know why he's holding the family hostage." "And if I say no?" "Then you can go in and try talking to him." Darby removed her cig, clicked off the safety, and jacked around into the chamber. She slid her weapon back into the holster, clipped the strap, and leaned back against the wall, waiting for Trent's answer. The APC came to a jarring stop. Darby didn't move. Nobody did, everyone waiting for Trent to speak. Finally, he did. "Nobody moves or takes a shot until McCormick gives the word." Darby thought she caught a look of admiration flash across his eyes before he turned to his men. "Everyone clear?" Nods all around. Now it was her turn to address the group. "If I say blue, that's the signal to breach the house. If I use red, have one of the snipers take Charlie down. Any questions?" There were none. Darby opened the back doors to a rush of cold air and flashing blue and white police lights. Chapter 4. Darby stepped into a crowded police blockade. She didn't see any homes or streetlights, just a long, double-wide road paved through densely packed woods that seemed to stretch for miles in every direction. Country living at its finest. A city girl, she could never understand why anyone would choose to live in such an isolated setting. The air crackled with police radios. She followed Trent, weaving her way through the blue uniformed bodies and plainclothes detectives, almost every one of them talking on a cell phone. A strong breeze rattled the tree limbs and shed autumn leaves that had already started to turn, deep orange, yellow, and red colors that danced in the wind and were lit up as they blew across the road by all the flashing police lights. "Press here?" she asked Trent. "Not yet. When they arrive, and God knows they will, they won't get close. We've got patrols on every street. The whole area's sealed off." But not the air, Darby thought. Once word got out, and she was sure it had, there'd be more than one newscopter hovering close to the Rizzo home. The command post, a plain white vinyl-sided mobile trailer, was parked to the side of the road between the two police blockades. Trent walked up a set of collapsible metal stairs and held the door open for her. Inside she found a good amount of space, all of it strategically designed and organized. The shelving carried almost every type of conceivable surveillance equipment, a microwave receiver for the trailer's roof camera, tactical audio kits, and a stereo accelerometer that could be used to pick up voices through windows, walls, and floors. The warm, stale air smelled of coffee, and it triggered memories of long nights she'd spent at the lab, dry-eyed and desperate, fighting to stay awake while combing through notes, files, and evidence, with the hope of finding something that had been overlooked, something that would break a case wide open. It reminded her of that adrenaline-fueled feeling of racing against the clock, of desperation. It also reminded her of Coop. How deeply she missed him, and how badly she wanted him standing here beside her. Now he was living in London and working for a firm that specialized in fingerprint technology, his area of expertise. Instead of going through crime scenes with her, he was now a consultant for Britain's Identity and Passport Service, a government branch that was currently attempting to create a fingerprint system that could be integrated with the world's largest biometric fingerprint database, IAFIS, owned and maintained by the American FBI. The man she assumed was the hostage negotiator sat in front of a workstation set up on a wall behind the driver. Trent quickly introduced Billy Lee, a slight man with angular features. She had Lee pegged as being somewhere north of 50. Dressed in a sharp charcoal gray suit and tie, his gray hair combed and carefully parted, he looked more like someone accustomed to sitting on a board of directors. When she shook his hand and felt his dry palm, she had the feeling that Lee shared the same attributes as Gary Trent, precise and certain with his words, an alpha male accustomed to playing all forms of mental chess and winning. That desperate feeling drizzling through her chest didn't evaporate, but it did ease back a bit. "What's the latest?" Trent asked, pulling a seat out from another workstation. "Still quiet," Lee said. "I'm sure he'll be calling any moment." "You don't want to call him? Tell him we're here?" Lee shook his head. "I have something he wants now," he said, pointing to Darby. "I'll wait for him to call me." She turned her attention to a flat-screen computer monitor showing 5 bodies glowing with bursts of white, orange, yellow, and red. One body appeared to be sitting in a chair. 3 were on the floor, 1 lying sideways. The 5th paced the room. Charlie. The monitor next to it showed 3 different angles of the house, courtesy of a multiplexer unit that allowed the command post to view 4 cameras simultaneously. Trent had set up 3 remote-controlled cameras around the perimeter of the house, front, side, and back, to give him real-time feeds. A date and running time was on each screen. Each video, she noticed, was being fed into a separate DVR to record every second. "Nice resolution," Darby said. "Cameras are using a 24-para digital lens," Trent said. "We can rotate them 360 degrees, and we got infrared capabilities in case—" A phone rang. Trent scooped up a pair of headphones from his desk. Lee calmly picked up a pair with an attached mic as he swiveled around in his chair and faced the monitor set up on the desk. "Hello, Charlie," Lee said brightly, as if he were speaking to a personal friend. "Dr. McCormick just arrived. She's here with me right now. Would you like to speak to her?" Darby couldn't hear Charlie's response, but she could read the words filling the screen. Voice recognition software had converted his speech to text. I want to speak to her inside the house, alone. Lee glanced up at Darby. She nodded. Okay, Charlie, Lee said. Dr. McCormick has agreed to come inside and meet with you, alone. I delivered on my promise. Now you need to deliver on yours. Release your family. Charlie's response appeared on the screen. She needs to see them first. Lee's brow creased in thought, but he didn't seem rattled or concerned. You gave me your word, the hostage negotiator said, his tone sounding neither confrontational nor impatient. You need to show the police that you're willing to cooperate, that you have no intention of harming your family. Charlie responded, I told you I won't harm them. I gave you my word on that. I know you're agitated, Lee said, and I sympathize with your frustration at having to wait for Dr. McCormick to arrive, but she had to come all the way from Boston. We ordered a private helicopter to get her up here as quickly as possible. I delivered on my promise, and now you have to deliver on yours. You don't want me to look bad in front of my boss, do you? Lee spoke in a relaxed way, his tone amazingly empathetic, as though he was connecting with a long-lost relative. I need Dr. McCormick to bear witness, Charlie responded. Lee said, To what? No response. Darby glanced to the screen holding the heat signatures. The man, pretending to be Charlie Rizzo, appeared to be holding something against the ear of one of the hostages. A phone? A gun? She sidled up to Trent and whispered, What's he saying? Dunno, he said, keeping his voice low. We didn't install a mic in the house. I was going to have one of my men install a parabolic while you were in there talking to him, so we— Keep your men back until I give the order. She moved back to Lee, reading the words scrolling across the computer screen. Please, Charlie responded. We're running out of time. That's the 5th time you've mentioned that, Lee said. Please tell me what you mean so I can help you, Charlie. Everyone here wants to help you through this. We don't— Lee stopped talking to listen to Charlie. Darby watched the computer screen. I'll tell her, Dr. McCormick. Alone, Charlie had responded. Have her go through the front door, no escorts, no tricks. And remember to park the bulletproof van or car or whatever it is you brought. I want it waiting for me near the front of the house. After Dr. McCormick has heard what I have to say, she'll arrest me and bring me out. You have my word on that. Do what I ask, and I'll release everyone as promised. But if you don't do what I ask, if you try to trick me, then I'll kill my family and then myself. I can't survive the wheel again. Tell me about the wheel— Call terminated, flashed across the screen. Lee took off the headphones. What's the wheel? Darby asked. I don't know, Lee said. You? She shook her head. Lee rubbed the bridge of his nose. Charlie has placed a call to me every 5 minutes inquiring about your arrival. Each time his voice has vacillated between agitation and panic. When I was on the phone with him just now and confirmed you were in fact here, he sounded relieved, even, well, hopeful. Has he given you any indication as to why he asked for me? No. I've asked, and each time he's refused to answer, and he stubbornly refuses to talk about the person he shot and dumped in front of the house. Anytime I broach either subject, his voice changes. I can tell you this much. He's afraid. Do you think he's suffering from a schizophrenic disorder? Well, that was my original thought, but he's not showing any signs beyond his delusion that he's really Charles Rizzo. His speech is coherent. He doesn't stop mid-sentence and start jumbling together meaningless words. His thoughts are organized, and he can follow a conversation. That didn't mean he wasn't schizophrenic. There were varying degrees, varying symptoms. She wouldn't know until she spent time with him. Lee said, Do you know the first rule of hostage negotiation? Form a bond. Yes, that's your primary goal. Always remember that. When you go in there, let him think he's Charles Rizzo. Don't fight him on it. Listen to his grievances. If he believes you really do care about his pain, cause, whatever, he'll be more receptive to releasing the hostages, which is our goal. Remember to always be working on that bond. We'll be listening in and speaking to you over an earpiece. That's all I have. Lee glanced to Trent. The APC will take you in, Trent said. And SWAT won't move until I give the order, Darby said. "Until you give the order," Trent repeated. "You have my word on that. But at the first sign of trouble, I'm ordering my men to breach." The APC had built-in ladders on both sides of the back doors to allow a sniper quick access to the roof. She didn't want to ride inside or in the back. She had all of her equipment, and the fresh, cold air was keeping her head clear. Darby extended one of the ladder's rungs, climbed up, and knocked on the side of the APC. The driver looked in his rearview mirror, saw her standing on the back, then put a hand out of the window and waved. The engine came to life, rumbling, and the APC started crawling towards the house. Chapter 5. Darby mulled over the cryptic conversation she had just heard between the hostage negotiator and the man calling himself Charlie Rizzo. "I need Dr. McCormick to see them first," Charlie had said. "I need her to bear witness." Bear witness to what? Killing the family? And what the hell did he mean when he said he couldn't survive the wheel again? Another police blockade had been set up on the far end of the street. She spotted 3 cruisers, their flashing blue and whites lighting up every inch of the neighborhood, a place far different from, and light years beyond, the Rizzo's former Brookline address with its multi-million-dollar McMansions and professionally landscaped lawns and gardens, high-end BMWs and Mercedes parked in 2- and 3-car garages. A real estate agent would call these 3 New Hampshire homes, the only ones here on this long stretch of woodlands, either cozy or fixer-uppers. No garages, just driveways with small, dependable economy cars. Living here in the Granite State gave you plenty of land and privacy. The houses were spaced far apart from each other, and each one looked like it had been dropped in the middle of the woods. No streetlights either. She caught 2 remote cameras set up on tripods on the front lawn and driveway of a small colonial with white chipped paint and dark green shutters, the new home of Mark and Judith Rizzo. The windows, at least the ones she could see, were dark, the shades on the top floors drawn, just as Trent had said. 2 cars were parked in the driveway, a white Jeep Cherokee and a maroon Honda Civic. She could make out stickers for the University of New Hampshire on both back windows. Darby glanced to the ranch house across the street. It took her a moment to spot the sniper. He was lying on the flat roof, staring down his target sight. His partner, the spotter, knelt behind a chimney and stared at the Rizzo home through a thermal imaging scope. The APC came to a stop. She stepped off and moved up the leaf-covered walkway. "Please," Charlie had said. "We're running out of time." Darby walked up the front steps and gripped the doorknob. It turned without a problem. She stepped inside alone, as instructed, but didn't shut the door behind her. The flashing police lights, coming from opposite ends of the street, were bright and strong enough to part some of the house's interior darkness, and it gave her a chance to take in her surroundings. Hardwood floors, and directly in front of her, a set of stairs carpeted with a dark burgundy runner. To her left, a living room with a sectional couch and a small flat-screen TV, modest furnishings. The Rizzo's Brookline home had had Ethan Allen furniture in large, spacious rooms. They were probably forced to downsize after blowing that money on private investigators, she thought. They probably moved here so the kids could get in-state tuition fees. "Shut the door and lock it!" The screechy, breathless male voice came from somewhere upstairs. "Hurry, we're running out of time!" She thought, easing the door shut. She locked it, hearing the bolt slam home, and moved to the bottom steps. She couldn't see Charlie up there, too dark, but she could hear him panting. "Are they listening?" he asked. "Who?" "The police. Did they send you in here with some sort of microphone so they could listen to us?" She thought about how to reply, recalling Charlie's response to the hostage negotiator. "I want to speak to her inside the house, alone." Lee whispered over her earpiece, "Tell him about the mic strapped on your vest. It will be a show of good faith, a way to build trust with him." Darby said, "There's a mic strapped to my vest. It's in the front." "Good," Charlie said. "Will they be recording our conversation?" "Yes. Good. Very good." Sounding excited and, as Lee had said, hopeful. Please fold your hands on top of your head. When you reach the top of the steps, turn left. The bedroom is directly at the end of the hall. That's where I want you to go. Keep your hands on the top of your head until I tell you otherwise." Darby followed the instructions, clasping her fingers together and folding her hands on top of her head. She climbed the stairs, thinking about the excited tone in the man's voice. She wasn't imagining it. "Tell me about the man you threw out the window." "It was a gift," he said. "For you." "What's his name?" "He doesn't have one. None of them do." Darby was about to ask what he meant by that, when it hit her, an intense, sour smell that reminded her of the homeless people she'd sometimes pass on her way to work during the hot summer months in Boston, that putrid stench of body odor mingled with soiled clothing. She stepped onto the second floor, gagging. She couldn't see Charlie in the nearly pitch-black darkness, but she could hear moaning coming from down a hall, moaning and muffled voices. Breathing through her mouth, she started walking, bumping into a wall full of hanging pictures. She knocked over one, hearing glass shatter against the floor. She kept walking, coming to a stop when she made out a door. Her eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and she could see it was cracked open, no light coming from behind it, just sounds, crying and a dull thump. And that goddamn odor, she could feel it coating the back of her throat. Keeping her hands on her head, Darby used her foot to slide open the door. Chapter 6. The bedroom shades were drawn, but the police lights, flickering around the edges, allowed Darby to make out the frightened faces. She saw Mark Rizzo first, dressed in boxer shorts and a tank top spotted with what had to be blood, his swollen head hanging over his lap. He was the only one tied down to a chair. Judith Rizzo, wearing a white flannel nightgown and rollers in her gray-white hair, lay sideways, most of her face pressed into the carpet. Her ankles had been tied together with what appeared to be electrical tape, hands tied behind her back, mouth taped shut. The woman's single visible eye shifted to her daughters. They had been taped in the same manner as their mother, but the twins, thin and tall now, wearing tight boxer-type shorts and T-shirts, had managed to get themselves into a sitting position. Their backs rested against the foot of a king-sized bed, their knees propped up to their stomachs. They shook in fear, but didn't appear hurt. Darby didn't see any blood on them. "Everything will be okay," Darby told the girls, quickly taking in the rest of the room. A black goose-down jacket lay across the bed's tangled sheets. One of the nightstands had been tipped over. "Just try to stay calm." Darby saw the twin with the beauty mark above her lip, Abigail, turn her head to the door. Darby was about to move when she felt the muzzle of a gun pressing against the back of her skull. "Don't turn around yet," Charlie said behind her. "Just stay right where you are, okay?" Darby hadn't heard any footsteps, and wondered if the man had taken off his shoes so he could slide undetected through the darkness. "This is just a precaution," he said. "I only want to make sure you do what you're told. This is important. I don't want to hurt you or anyone else." "Then why did you shoot your friend?" "That thing was not my friend." "Who was he?" "I'm hoping you'll find out. That's why I gave him to you." The man reached across her thigh and fumbled for the holster strap holding the cig. As he worked, keeping the muzzle pressed against her skull, she carefully slid the fingers of her right hand underneath the elastic fabric of her shirt sleeve. There, she felt the handle of the tactical knife. To pull it free and grip the knife properly would take no more than 4 seconds, but to use the blade effectively, she needed him to face her. He pulled the sidearm from her holster. She heard the cig land somewhere in the hall. "I just want to talk," he said. Darby waited. He didn't pat her down for any other weapons, yet. "I don't want to hurt anyone," he said again. "Please believe me." A part of her did believe him. She could hear the hope in his voice, the excitement, as if a gift he had longed for was about to be realized, and he was speaking too clearly and coherently for a schizophrenic. "The people listening to us right now," he said. "I want you to tell them to stay away from the house until you've heard the truth. We're all going to talk, that's it. After we're done, I'll release the hostages, and you can arrest me. I'll cooperate. Did you bring something to transport me?" "It's parked right in front of the house." "What is it?" "An armored patrol car. Is it bulletproof? It can withstand rocket fire. Thank you. His voice caught, strangling on tears. Judith Rizzo moaned. Thank you, he said again, more clearly now. Tell the people listening to us I won't harm anyone. They heard you. I want you to tell them. I want them to hear you say it. Darby's gaze had cut sideways. Judith Rizzo had rolled onto her back, blood dribbled from her mouth and broken nose. A dark, wet pool was on the carpet. It was an accident, Charlie said. She tried to run while she fell and hit her head on the edge of the bureau. Now talk to the SWAT people and tell them what I just said word for word. I will if you release your mother. Not yet. She has to stay here. Why? We'll get to all of that. Now tell the SWAT people. Hurry! Darby said, Charlie Rizzo has asked for SWAT to stay away from the house. All he wants to do is talk. After he's done, he'll release the hostages. I'll arrest him and then transport him to the assault vehicle. Lee began, interrupted by a coughing fit. Acknowledged. Darby expected Trent to pipe in and add his 2 cents. Much to her surprise, he remained silent. Charlie said, Dr. McCormick, I'd like you to please turn slowly to your right. Okay, stop. Stay right there. Don't move. Behind her she heard the scratch and hiss of a match being struck. The room lit up with a faint orange glow, and now she could see the terror etched on the twins' faces, their cheeks shiny with tears. Charlie said, My mother told me someone named Detective Kelly was in charge of trying to find me. Stan Kelly. That's right. What happened to him? I called the Boston police and was told there was no one there by that name. He's retired. Retired, Charlie repeated. That means that's when a person leaves a job, right? Darby blinked in surprise. Is he being serious? That's right, she said. When did he die? Why do you think he's dead? Never mind. It's not important. He was speaking quickly, too quickly, she thought. He's panicking. My mother also said you helped look for me, said you're a good person, someone worthy of trust. Judith Rizzo blinked dully in the candlelight. Her pupils appeared dilated. You can turn around now. Darby didn't move. Up until this point, she had cooperated. Now it was time to push back a little, try to turn the tables. Release your mother and I'll turn around. She needs to hear the truth first, Charlie said. What your mother needs is medical attention. Let me bring her outside. There are people waiting who can take her to an ambulance. I'll come back upstairs and we can talk. No. If you really are Charlie Rizzo, I am Charlie Rizzo, and I'm going to prove it to you. Careful, Lee whispered over her earpiece. Don't push him too hard. Darby said, If you really are Charlie Rizzo, you'd want your mother to get help. She suffered a serious head injury, accident or not. She'll die unless you let me bring her. Turn around! Charlie roared. You turn around right now, or you'll never know the truth about what happened to me, what I'm doing here. I'm giving you a goddamn gift, so you turn around right now or we'll lose everything. She did, slowly, her hands folded on top of her head. A small votive candle had been placed on the foot of the bed, and in the flickering candlelight, Darby got her first look at the man claiming to be Charlie Rizzo, and felt the blood drain from her limbs. Chapter 7. Darby's gaze flashed inward, away from the man claiming to be Charlie Rizzo, and seizing on a memory of herself at 13, lying on her stomach underneath the bed in the spare bedroom of her childhood home, and watching, in mounting horror and fear, a pair of soiled work boots moving slowly across the carpet towards her. The serial killer she would later come to know as Traveler, a real-life Michael Myers, dressed in greasy blue coveralls and wearing a mask of stitched-together, flesh-colored ace compression bandages, the holes for the eyes and mouth hidden behind strips of black cloth. The mask covering Charlie's face was made of human skin. The areas around the mask's eyes and mouth had been cut away, and in the candlelight she saw black, non-absorbable sutures crisscrossing their way around the mask's eye holes, and dark, leathery flaps of dried skin around Charlie's neck. The curling, cracked edges of the mask's mouth had been sewn into his healthy lips. There was no sign of blood, or of swelling or infection, on the lips or along the healthy, living skin around the sutures. This procedure had been done some time ago, and Charlie's skin had healed. Darby swallowed dryly, the candlelit bedroom taking on a surreal quality, as though by turning around she had stumbled through some portal and straight into one of Stephen King's creepy horror stories. Charlie stood behind the chair holding Mark Rizzo, whose head was still slumped forward. With the aid of the light, she saw now that Rizzo's face was swollen, the skin split in several places. Christ, the skin around his left eye was a bloody mess. Darby thought Rizzo had been beaten unconscious. He didn't stir or make a sound when Charlie placed a hand on the man's shoulder. She saw dirty, calloused nubs of scarred skin. No fingernails. They had been removed. "I didn't do this," Charlie said, pointing to the mask with the revolver. She believed him. There was no way he could have done that to himself, or by himself. The sutures had been sewed and tied off with a neat, orderly precision. Someone else had sewn the mask to his skin, someone with a skilled, patient hand. "Who did this to you?" "One of the 12, he said. "He sewed it onto my face, as a reminder." "For what?" Charlie grinned. "You'll see. First, this." He removed his hand from Rizzo's shoulder and began to work furiously at the buttons of his long black shirt. No, not a shirt, she thought. It's one long piece of black material, like a robe or a tunic. It seemed to belong to some past century, some ancient and now dead culture. It brought to mind European castles, a time of fiefdoms and serfs. "I was born with a specific genetic condition," he said, moving his bent and crooked fingers with their missing nails to work on the next button. "Do you remember what it is?" She did, and she easily recalled the odd-sounding name because the condition was so bizarre and unusual. "Athelia," she said. "It's when a child is born without one or both nipples." "Yes." Charlie grinned, pleased. "Yes. It's very rare. Dr. Adams, that would be my family doctor. He told me there were something like 200,000 cases worldwide. This was back in '97 when I was taken. Do you remember how many nipples Charlie Rizzo was missing?" "2," Darby said, staring at the dark rat's nest of unwashed hair secured to the mask. Not a mask, she reminded herself. He's wearing another man's face. "Come closer," he said, training the gun on her. "I want you to see this. That's far enough." Darby stopped about a foot away from the chair. If she could just move closer, she could bridge the gap and get into fighting range. Charlie undid the last button. With his free hand, he pushed the fabric aside and let it drape across his shoulder to give her a full view of his naked body. His chest, wasted thin and so pale it seemed to glow in the candlelight, was covered with a mess of thick, raised scars. Some were white, others pink and red. Some were fresh welts, crusted with blood. Both nipples were missing. She also saw that he'd been turned into a eunuch. Darby stared at the thick white scar left where his genitals had been, and felt a cold place in her stomach, her skin slick underneath the heavy tactical clothing. "Being born without both nipples," he said, excited. "That would put me in a rather exclusive club, wouldn't you agree?" She did, but, given the thick scarring, it was impossible to tell if his nipples had been removed. Given the long, deep, and jagged grooves, they seemed to cover nearly every square inch of his chest. She suspected it had been done with a carving knife. "Now do you believe me, that I'm Charlie Rizzo?" "Yes," Darby said, not sure what else to say. And goddamn if some part of her hadn't turned over to the possibility that the man standing less than a foot away was, in fact, Charlie Rizzo. And the lattice pattern covering his chest and legs, why does it seem familiar? "The mask," she said. "Whose face is it?" "That's an excellent question," Charlie said. He shrugged back into the tunic, quickly fastened a single button, and then grabbed a tuft of Mark Rizzo's hair. The man let out a yelp of surprise or pain as his head was yanked backwards. His daughters made frightened mewing sounds from behind the tape, but Mark Rizzo's single good eye didn't look at them. Darby watched Charlie, her fingers still tucked underneath her shirt sleeve, tightening around the prongs of the knife handle. Come on, give me an opening. Now, Daddy, Charlie said, looking directly at her. He had moved back behind the chair, the gun's muzzle pressed against Mark Rizzo's temple. I want you to tell Dr. McCormick why I'm here. Mark Rizzo opened his mouth. Blood dribbled onto his chin. He licked his swollen and cut lips, then tried to speak. Darby couldn't hear him, and she kept breathing through her mouth instead of her nose. The stench coming off Charlie had reached a nauseating pitch, making her eyes water. Speak up, Daddy. Don't be shy. Start with the day I was abducted. Rizzo's single eye rolled around in its socket, dazed. Charlie, Darby said, why don't you tell me— No, he roared, pointing the gun at her. No! I've been waiting for this moment forever. It's the only thing that's kept me alive all these years. Darby stared at the gun hovering a few inches from her face. Adrenaline was pumping through her limbs, urging her to fight. She had to remind herself to keep her voice calm. Tell me what he did to you, she said. Tell me, and I promise We're not going anywhere until he confesses. He needs to say it. That's why I brought you here. You need to hear it from the monster's own lips. I want the world to know what he did to me. Charlie, trembling with rage and watching her closely, leaned against Mark Rizzo's ear and hissed, Tell her, Daddy. Tell the nice lady about the day I was abducted. Tell her why they took me. Mark Rizzo's single eye locked on her. This thing, he croaked. He swallowed, tried again. He's not my son. Charlie pulled the gun away. Darby watched in slow motion as he pointed the gun to Mark Rizzo's leg, saw her window of opportunity, and took it. Chapter 8. Darby lurched forward on her left foot, keeping her right planted firmly on the floor. Switchblade quick, she clutched Charlie's wrist with her left hand, twisted it, surprised to feel bones snapping underneath her grip, and pulled him off balance as he squeezed the trigger. The sound of the gunshot was no louder than a firecracker. The round splintered the headboard as she yanked Charlie's arm, pushing him up against Mark Rizzo's shoulder. Held onto his wrist as she pivoted her body and squared her shoulders, throwing all her weight behind her right fist and shattering his nose. His head snapped back. She heard the tumble to the floor. Before his knees gave out, she gripped him by the throat, the dried leathery flaps of the skin mask hard underneath her palm and fingers, and smashed the back of Charlie's head against the wall. Charlie didn't fight, didn't have the strength or the inclination. She tossed him over her leg and threw him against the floor, turned him onto his stomach, and then dug her knee into the small of his back, pinning him to the carpet. She had the pair of flexicuffs in her hands, and he continued to lie still, gagging on the blood pouring down his throat and into his mouth. She yanked his arms hard behind his back, and then he screamed when she heard bones snapping and breaking. "Subject is down!" she yelled into the chest mic, tightening the pair of flexicuffs around his wrists. "I repeat, subject is down and the house is secure." "Promise me," Charlie gagged, spitting out blood and teeth onto the carpet. "Promise you won't let them take me." One of the bedroom windows shattered. Darby heard a whistling sound above her head and then a thud. A tear gas canister had hit the far wall and was now rolling across the floor, hissing smoke. Trent had heard the gunshot and ordered his men to breach the house. Another pane of glass exploded, another tear gas canister hit the wall and then tumbled across the floor near the bedroom door. Thick clouds of white smoke were quickly filling the room. Darby shut her eyes and, holding her breath, found the side pouch. She ripped it open, grabbed the gas mask, and fitted it over her face. Charlie had rolled onto his side. She had knocked out most of his front teeth. He stared at her, his wide, frightened eyes blazing from behind the ghoul mask. "Lock me away," Charlie said between gagging. "Lock me where they can't find me." Darby jumped to her feet as the front door was knocked off its hinges. "Others!" he screamed. Smoke was quickly spreading through the room. Darby grabbed Judith Rizzo by the arms. "Promise me!" Charlie started coughing, hacking and wheezing from the tear gas filling his lungs. She dragged the mother into the hall and heard Charlie's last words. "Get the others!" 2 armed SWAT officers were rushing to the foot of the stairs. "Stand down!" she yelled, pleased by the strength and clarity of the mask's voice amplification system. She guided the woman's head to the floor. I repeat, stand down! The front officer stopped running and stood in the middle of the stairwell. Darby moved to the top of the steps. Subject is down and cuffed, she said. Bring the ambulance around. We have a... The SWAT officer raised his shotgun and fired. Chapter 9. Boom, and Darby felt the round hammer against the center of her chest. Her breath exploded from her chest and she stumbled backwards. She hit the back wall and tumbled, her legs giving out. Her hands gripped the air, seeking purchase. Boom, and a second shotgun blast took out a chunk of plaster from the wall where her head had been just a moment ago. Splayed against the floor, and making harsh and painful gasping sounds behind the gas mask, Darby turned onto her side. The armor plating had saved her life, but her ribs were broken, maybe even fractured. Blinking, she saw the 2 SWAT officers disappear through the smoke. It was drifting into the dark hall, and over the ringing in her ears, she heard more footsteps pounding their way up the stairs. Then she caught the figures of 2, maybe 3 SWAT officers. Not Trent's men. They have to be someone else, but who are they? Turning left at the top of the stairs. They disappeared behind the smoke, their footfalls fading as they ran towards the bedroom. 4, possibly 5 men were inside the house. More could be waiting downstairs or outside. They would head back this way and someone would see her squirming on the floor and keep pumping rounds into her until she was dead. Sucking in hot air and trying to get her lungs to work, she reached for her sidearm and found the empty holster. Charlie had ditched her weapon. She had heard it land somewhere out here, and she began frantically to search the floor. Boom! And the shotgun's muzzle flash jumped in the white smoke from the bedroom. Boom! And 2 SWAT officers emerged from the smoke, hauling someone by the hands and feet. Charlie Rizzo, she thought. They rushed down the steps. Boom! Darby fumbled for her ankle holster, where the compact SIG was hidden. The .32 ACP rounds didn't offer much stopping power, even at close range. They'd be useless against tactical armor. She'd have to try for a headshot. The gas mask's polycarbonate visors were scratch-resistant, but not bulletproof. First, she had to find a vantage point. Dizzy, she pushed herself up onto her knees. 1, possibly 2 men left in there. Using the wall for support, she got to her feet and immediately stumbled, dropping to her knees and sucking in air. She had to wait and couldn't wait. From somewhere outside, she heard tires skidding across the pavement. Now heavy footsteps were coming her way, and she knew the SIG wouldn't put a dent in him, so she dropped it. With one hand she grabbed a flashbang grenade from her vest, while pulling the net gun launcher from its holster with the other. The SWAT officer emerged through the smoke with his shotgun raised. He saw Judith Rizzo, stopped, and then placed the muzzle against the woman's head and fired. Darby pulled the pin and tossed the flashbang across the hall floor. The grenade went off and the SWAT officer was stunned by an explosion of noise, the white light blinding him. Darby pulled the net gun's trigger. There was a pop and hiss as the net hurled through the air, expanding into an electrically charged web. It wrapped itself around the SWAT officer's chest and face, tangling him in the sticky strands. Sidearm back in hand, she heard the man's squeal of surprise and pain as he stumbled and fell to the floor, writhing around like some insect caught in an actual spider web. Darby staggered to him while holding the banister, her breath coming back but her ribs still burning, muscles growing stronger with each step. The web had him locked up. She kicked the gas mask off his face. He tried to reach up to put it back on, but his fingers got caught in the sticky webbing. Her boot came down on his hand, breaking his fingers. He screamed. She kicked him against the side of the head and he slumped back against the floor. She hadn't knocked him unconscious. She could hear him choking on the smoke. The web had locked him up, but he had conveniently dropped the shotgun on the floor next to him before it had done so. Standing with the shotgun, her lungs straining, burning as though they were on fire, she raised it to the man's head, about to fire, when an inner voice cautioned her to wait. "You need him alive," the voice added. Darby turned and stumbled to the bedroom. The drawn shades flapped in the wind, blowing through the 2 shattered windows. Smoke was everywhere, curling like snakes across the walls and ceiling, and she got a good, clear look at the bedroom. A SWAT officer kneeling on the floor next to the bed, his back facing her. The headless remains of the twins and Charlie Rizzo. They had been shot at point-blank range, like Judith Rizzo. But there was no sign of the father. Mark Rizzo had been cut free from the chair, taken alive. 4 quick steps across the carpet, and the SWAT officer turned to look over his shoulder. She didn't shoot him. She dropped the shotgun and, grabbing him by the head, twisted violently. There was a snap as his neck broke, and he collapsed on the floor. Sitting on the floor was a small device. It had a timer and wires. Wires connected to 6 sticks of dynamite bound together with electrical tape. The timer's numbers flashed a glowing red in the thin, blowing curtains of smoke. 1:26. 1:25. A quick glance over her shoulder and out the window. The APC was still parked out front, its back doors hanging open. 1:23. You can do it. You've got time. Darby grabbed the shotgun and started counting down as she ran back into the hall, where the SWAT officer lay still. He appeared to be roughly her height, maybe 200 pounds with all the gear. 1:19. Another solid kick to the man's head, just to be sure, and then she knelt down, propping the shotgun against the wall. She grabbed the man by the feet and hoisted his legs over her shoulder. He wore black trousers and a pair of heavy winter boots, definitely not one of the SWAT officers. They had all worn the same train-mark footwear and tactical trousers. 1:08. Wrapping her right arm around the back of the man's legs, she stood screaming in pain, her lungs and chest burning. She grabbed the shotgun with her free hand. 58 seconds. Her head pounded, and it hurt to breathe, and now her stomach was roiling from the exertion of carrying the man down the stairs. Darby stepped over the broken front door, lying on the floor, and raised the shotgun as she moved past the doorframe, coming to a sharp and sudden stop on the steps outside. Chapter 10. The Manny Ramirez-looking SWAT officer, who had no problem admiring her boobs, was lying on his back on the walkway. Darby saw the man's still, unblinking eyes. They stared up at the tree branches shaking in the wind. Vomit splattered the walkway, and it covered the front of his tactical vest, his gloved hands and shirt sleeves. More vomit-covered bodies were sprawled across the street. Some had been stripped of their tactical vests and jackets. Some wore gas masks. Those that did had pulled them aside to throw up before passing out and dying. Darby whisked past the SWAT officer lying on the walkway and saw a thick, white, frothy mixture bubbling from his mouth and dribbling down his chin and cheeks. Has to be some kind of poison, but what kind? How the hell did it get inside the APC? How could— A flash of movement across the street, and she raised the shotgun. A SWAT officer stumbled across the neighbor's front lawn, his gloved hands clawing at his throat. Over the rustling branches she could hear him gasping for air. He vomited and then collapsed on the grass, starting to crawl. Not poison. Whatever it is, it's airborne. Nerve gas? 40 seconds. Darby reached the back doors of the APC. Inside she found 2 more of Trent's team slumped against the floor and wall, the same white foam covering their mouths. One man was still alive, barely. He blinked dully at her as she dumped the prisoner in the back. She didn't have time to secure his wrists. She swung the heavy door shut and secured the handles with a pair of flexi-cuffs. 35 seconds. Darby opened the driver's side door and found the APC driver slumped against the wheel. He had been shot in the head. She grabbed the man's blood-soaked jacket collar and yanked him out of his seat. Seated behind the wheel and with the door shut, she slammed her foot on the gas. The APC jerked forward, the bear, as Trent had called it, picking up speed. Trent. The SWAT senior corporal hadn't spoken to her over the earpiece, only the hostage negotiator, Lee. She remembered hearing him coughing, and now, nothing. Not a single word from either man. Were they dead? Had anyone survived? "This is Darby McCormick. Anyone listening, I order you to stay away from the Rizzo home. I repeat, stay away from the Rizzo home. SWAT team is dead, exposed to some sort of nerve gas. I have no idea what chemical was used or how long it takes to dissipate. It could still be lingering in the air. Call and warn the local hospitals to prepare their decontamination units." Her earpiece remained quiet. She had to call 911, tell the dispatcher what had happened, and alert all units to stay clear of the area. They needed to be warned before their men walked into a chemically hazardous situation. The same held true for area hospitals. Victims exposed to the gas would rush through the emergency room doors, complaining of nausea and difficulty breathing. They needed to be decontaminated before receiving treatment, and if hospital personnel weren't dressed in hazmat gear, they too would be risking exposure. To use the phone now, she'd have to take off her gas mask. She'd be exposing herself, and if this shit was lingering— You've already been exposed. It's clinging to your clothes and your skin right now. A new thought occurred to her. Her prisoner wasn't wearing a gas mask. She had locked him in the back with the other sick officers, and right now he was breathing in whatever had killed them. She'd have to find a place to decontaminate him. The blockade came into sharper view. The cruiser lights were still on, pulsing bright blue and white flashes, and the first person she saw was a patrolman slumped against the cruiser's front bumper. Scattered across the ground was a tangle of arms and legs wrapped in jeans and jackets. Detectives and possibly some of the residents who had ventured outside their homes. No movement. No movement at all. Dead. They're all... A loud, bone-crushing boom of thunder rumbled through her chest as the house exploded behind her, lighting up the dark, starless sky. Chapter 11. Tearing down the road, Darby spotted a house glowing with lights. The homeowner, an elderly man dressed in light blue flannel pajamas, stood in his bare feet on the brightly lit front steps of his tiny ranch home, a dazed but alarmed expression on his wrinkled and craggy face as he stared down the dark street, looking in the direction of the explosion. His gaze turned frightened when the APC came to a jarring stop near his lawn. Darby stepped out with the shotgun, catching sight of the fire blazing no more than a mile away, thick smoke blowing through the woods over the tops of the tall pines. Gripping a wrought iron banister, the elderly man cautiously made his way down the front steps. "What in blue blazes is going on?" he barked. "My wife and I were sleeping when we heard all these police sirens, and now I just heard—" "Stay right where you are, sir. Don't come any closer. What's your name?" "Arthur Anderson." "Mr. Anderson, I'm ordering you to go back into your house. I want you to make sure your windows are sealed shut. Do you understand?" A fearful nod as he licked his lips. "I understand what you said, but I don't—" "Listen to me. I need you to get inside your house right now, no questions. Then I want you to get on the phone and tell all your neighbors to stay inside their homes and make sure their windows are sealed shut. Do it now. You got a hose out here?" He pointed to the west side of the house. "Water's still on. I haven't turned it off yet." "Get me a bucket and a scrub brush and a bottle of dish soap. Throw it out on the front lawn. Get moving." After 9/11, Boston police started to carry decontamination kits in their squad cars. Darby rooted around the front of the APC, searching all the console compartments, even under the seat. No decon kits, just a first aid box attached to the wall behind the driver's seat. She opened it. The supplies inside weren't ideal, but she'd have to make do until the proper equipment arrived. She grabbed what she needed and ran to the lawn. She ripped open several packages of gauze pads, set them up on the grass, and doused them with alcohol. She wiped down her cell phone first, then her gloves. She threw the used pads to the side, then took off her gas mask and used the remaining pads to scrub down her face, mouth, and ears until they burned. She called 911, cutting off the female dispatcher who answered. "My name is Darby McCormick. Don't talk, just listen. Senior Corporal Gary Trent of SWAT summoned me earlier this evening to a home in Dover." She quickly gave the woman the address and said, "Do you have a list of area fire departments?" "People have called about a fire, so engines are already en route. You need to warn them about a possible chemical attack. They are not to approach the bomb site unless they have gas masks with military-grade filters. Make sure whatever hazmat gear they're using has a biosafety level 4 rating. Now repeat back what I just said." "Hazmat suits," she said, her voice cracking over the words. She was clearly in over her head. "Masks with military filters. Biosafety level 4 rating. If they don't have that equipment, they're not to approach the bomb site under any circumstances. I have no idea what chemical agents were used. Your job is to limit the contamination as much as possible. After you call the fire departments, get on the horn to all the area hospitals. Have them seal the front and emergency room doors to give their people time to access their hazmat gear. Tell them they're looking for victims showing signs of nausea and difficulty breathing, foaming at the mouth." A pause, and then the woman said, "Are you saying there's been some sort of biological attack?" "That's exactly what I'm saying. The hospital staff will know what to do. They've all had training." "Okay. I'll call them right. Hold on. I also want you to make sure that you have people guarding the shooting victim, the guy the EMTs picked up from the front bushes of the Rizzo home. What's his status?" "He's gone," the dispatcher said. "He died?" No, I don't know. The ambulance never showed up at the hospital. Darby glanced over her shoulders at the APC's back doors, listening to the woman's frantic tone. Union Hospital called and told us. They've had no contact with the ambulance in question. We sent out a patrol, but haven't heard back from them. I also informed Senior Corporal Trent of the development, and we haven't heard from him either. We haven't heard from anyone except residents calling about a fire and what they think was some sort of explosion. What local agency do you call in case of a bioattack? I don't know. We haven't ever faced... Where's your emergency protocol sheet? Darby heard shuffling of papers, things being moved. Where's the nearest army base? We don't have one stationed here anymore, the dispatcher said. What about the Pease base in Portsmouth? The Air Force still has someone stationed there. They could mobilize one of their air mobility command units to... They've been shut down. Budget cuts. And the hospitals in the area, I know for a fact they're not equipped to deal with multiple contaminated patients, maybe 2 or 3 at a time, but that's it. But if it's something as large as you're saying, well, Boston University has a new biological agent research lab, Darby said. They have people equipped to handle this, and you'll need trained people here anyway to identify the type of gas or chemicals used. They're in the South End about an hour away. I'll make the call and brief them. Call the fire department first, then the hospitals. Darby hung up without giving her cell number. No need, since her number had been captured on the dispatcher's computer system. At the beginning of the year, BU had opened their brand-new $1.6 billion research lab, courtesy of funding from former President Bush's Project BioShield, created to increase the U.S.'s response to bioterrorism. The BU lab had a biosafety level 4 rating, the highest security classification, as it dealt with the world's most infectious and incurable pathogens. It also had, in conjunction with the Army, a specialized crisis response unit that could respond to any biological attack or catastrophe on the East Coast. The public didn't know about the unit, but police and federal law enforcement agencies did. Every Boston cop and lab technician had been given the hotline number with strict orders to program it into their cell phones. Her temporary suspension had forced her to turn over her badge and laminated ID card that gave her access to almost every area inside the Boston Police Department. She'd also had to turn over her beeper, but not her work cell. She found the hotline number quickly. The man who answered the phone identified himself as Sergeant Major Glick. Darby gave her name, and then explained who she was and what had happened in New Hampshire. She told him about the number of dead SWAT and police officers, and Glick asked her several in-depth questions about the symptoms. Glick said, "Are you showing any symptoms?" "Not yet." "The person you captured, where is he right now?" "In the back of the APC." "With the other dead officers," Glick added. "I didn't have much of a choice." "Understood, but you need to decontaminate him quickly." "I haven't found any decon kits, so I'm going to scrub him down the old-fashioned way with soap and water." "Scrub yourself down while you're at it. If he tells you what gas was used, it'll save us some valuable time. We may be able to treat it on site. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for blood analysis." "Oh, he'll tell me," she said, and hung up. After she shoved the phone in her pocket, Darby put on the gas mask and then moved to the back of the APC, sliding the tactical knife out from underneath her sleeve. Chapter 12. A quick jerk of the sharp blade, and Darby cut the flexi-cuffs binding the APC's door handles. She opened the doors and backed up, bringing up the shotgun. Her prisoner, still wrapped in the net, had managed to push himself up into a sitting position. In the process, he had somehow worked the gas mask back over his mouth, what little good it did him. He had already breathed in the tear gas, the chemicals coating the soft, sensitive membranes lining his lungs, throat, and sinuses. His chest heaved as he hacked into the mask, trying to expel the fire. Darby stepped inside. In the dim interior light, she could see his mottled face, his bloodshot and watery eyes. They tracked her as she knelt next to the SWAT officer who had been barely conscious earlier. Now he was slumped against the floor in a puddle of vomit, a white, frothy mixture covering his lips and bubbling from his nose and mouth. She pressed a gloved finger against the man's neck. No pulse. She grabbed the prisoner by the back of his collar. He didn't put up a fight or struggle, too weak and disoriented from the tear gas and the blows to his head. She lifted him easily to his feet and marched him to the open doors. When he reached the edge, she shoved him outside. His hands jerked up to try to cushion the fall. They got caught in the sticky webbing and he slammed sideways against the ground, the sharp, painful cry lost in his coughing fits. Darby hopped out. She kicked him onto his stomach when he tried to roll onto his back. She brought her heel down against his shoulder and kept it there, pinning him to the ground. Using her knife, she began cutting the net. As she worked, the sharp blade slicing through the webbing, she found the source of his pain. He had fractured his wrist during the fall. It made her think of Charlie, how his bones had snapped when she'd grabbed his wrist and twisted. No doubt something like that could happen, and no doubt the force of being smashed against the side of the head with an elbow could dislodge a tooth or two, but she had knocked out several teeth. Charlie was painfully thin, covered in scars. She wondered if he had weak, malnourished bones from time spent in captivity. Captivity? An inner voice questioned. Yes. After his abduction, Charlie Rizzo had been forced to live somewhere, enduring daily beatings, torture, and God only knew what else. So you're buying that he is, in fact, Charlie Rizzo. A part of her did, she supposed. At that moment she didn't know what else to think. Darby tucked the knife in her trouser pocket, then prized the netting off the man's body, surprised at its sticky strength. She cuffed him, then helped him to his feet. Knife in hand, again, she cut the straps for the man's tactical vest, the same model as the ones used by New Hampshire SWAT. The people entering the house were dressed as SWAT officers. They must have grabbed the vests and gas masks from the back of the APC after the men had been poisoned. That meant a plan had been put in place before her arrival. They had been nearby, watching. But why grab Mark Rizzo? Why not just kill him like Judith Rizzo and the twins, whose remains were now shredded into unrecognizable bits and scattered across the woods? Why did these people need the father? Darby ripped the gas mask off the man's face. The fresh air would help clear the burning from his lungs, nose, and throat, but not his eyes. She'd have to rinse them with water. "Where has Mark Rizzo been taken?" The man didn't answer, too busy hacking, but she felt him stiffen underneath her grip. His clothing was entirely black trousers and boots, and the strange fabric of a heavy black long-sleeved shirt that resembled the one Charlie had worn. She wondered if his body had the same severe scarring as Charlie's. The man's head certainly did. He was bald, and on the back of his head and neck she saw scars in all shapes and sizes. And a tattoo, words and letters written in the center of his neck, the light blue ink so faint she couldn't read it. She needed light. She grabbed him by the collar and pressed the tip of the blade against the back of his neck. "We're going for a walk. Try anything and I swear to Christ I'll sever your spine and you'll spend the rest of your life as a quadriplegic, pissing and shitting into diapers." She gave him a shove and started walking. The elderly homeowner had placed a big white plastic bucket on the front steps. All the inside house lights had been turned on, and she caught shadows whisking behind the curtains. When she reached the bucket, she turned the man around to get a better look at the tattoo in the light. 2 rows of tiny letters and numbers. Et in Arcadia ego, III-XI-XXIV. Roman numerals, Latin words. Darby picked up the bucket, finding a scrub brush and a bottle of palmolive inside. The bucket had a big metal handle for easy carrying. She draped it around her arm and pushed her prisoner to the side of the house, finding the hose neatly draped over a holder. The window above it threw a square of light on a lawn covered with autumn leaves. She dropped the bucket. Withdrawing the knife from his neck, she tossed him over her leg and pushed him face first against the grass near the hose. He screamed, blowing leaves away from his mouth. She dug a knee into the small of his back, pinning him against the ground, and reached for the tap. Over the sound of running water, she heard footsteps moving towards the lighted windows above her. After she filled the bucket with soap and water, Darby rolled the man over. His bloodshot, weeping eyes kept trying to blink away the burning. She flushed them with running water, and for the first time got a good, clear look at the man's face, with its network of scars both deep and faint, his egg-white skin so pale it almost seemed translucent, as though it had never been exposed to the sun. She took the brush, with its hard bristles full of suds and water, and began to scrub down his face, head and neck. He kept twisting underneath her, hacking and coughing up the soapy water running down his throat and nose. By the time she had finished, his skin was red and raw, and his hacking had subsided to deep, body-racking coughs. She dropped the brush, picked up the knife, and sliced the shirt right down the middle. When she pushed back the fabric, She discovered the same thick latticed scars that had covered Charlie's emaciated chest. As if scoops of flesh had been carved out. This man had a little bit more weight on him, but not much. She could see his rib cage bulging against the ragged, scrawny flesh as she scrubbed him down with the brush. Then the scar pattern hit her. "Who whipped you?" He moaned an answer she couldn't understand. "Say it again?" He started coughing. She cut off the rest of the shirt and tossed the pieces to the side. Darby rolled him over so that she could see his back. Dear God, Jesus. Chapter 13. Positioned in the center of the man's back, between his shoulder blades and sitting directly on top of his spine, was a black rectangular device the size of a matchbook. The device had grooved edges, and someone had sewn it into the man's skin. No redness or infection. A small green light blinked steadily. "What is this?" Darby asked, tapping the device with her finger. He turned his head to the side and moaned. Soap suds bubbled from the corners of his mouth. Or was it the poison? If it had entered his system, he'd go into respiratory distress at any moment. She'd only have a few minutes to question him before he died. She grabbed the tactical knife. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted shadows crowding the window. She didn't want witnesses, so she stood up, grasping the man under the armpits, feeling his wet, soapy body shivering in the cold as she pulled him to his feet. His legs wobbled, about to tip over. Grabbing his belt and the cuffs wrapped around his wrists, she pushed him past the side of the house and into the backyard. Then she marched him into the pitch-black woods, where they'd have privacy. Their heavy footsteps snapped the dry branches lining the ground. In between coughs, she could hear him fighting to breathe. A moment later, she found a suitable tree well away from the home's back windows. She cut through the cuffs and kicked his legs out from underneath him, pushing him into a sitting position. He didn't try to fight or run, just sat there slumped back against the tree. She pulled his arms behind the tree trunk and bound his wrists with a fresh pair of flexi-cuffs. Darby wanted a record of this conversation. She didn't have her digital recorder and didn't want to rely on memory. Her iPhone had a recording application, but it could store only about a minute or so of conversation, and that... Darby stood, tucking the knife in her belt, and grabbed her iPhone. The color screen came to life, parting some of the darkness as she moved around the tree, dialing her home number. In the distance, she heard what sounded like a helicopter engine, probably a newscopter wanting to capture all the chaos and carnage. "Question and answer time," she said after hearing the beep of her answering machine on the other end of the line. "Let's start first with that device attached to your back. What is it? What does it do?" The phone screen had gone dark. She held it close to the man's mouth. He tried to speak over the moaning, but she couldn't make out the words. She knelt next to him. "Is it some sort of GPS device?" A cough, and then he moaned a word that, oddly, sounded like quiche. "GPS?" she said. "Global positioning system?" Again the moan, followed by the slurred, quiche-sounding word. "Do you speak English?" He spoke like a man who'd had his jaw broken. Darby placed the phone on his lap, grabbed the flashlight from her belt and turned it on, shining the narrow beam in his face. The man's bright blue eyes were wild, feral-looking. The sides of his egg-white, veiny face were bloody and swollen from the blows, but his jaw appeared to be working fine. He coughed, spitting out blood mixed with the soap suds, or possibly poison, and when he tried to speak, letting out that deep, moaning sound. Darby discovered why she couldn't understand him. His tongue had been cut out. Chapter 14. Darby recoiled, not so much in fear as in shock. Her head snapped back as though this thing might eat her. She started to tumble backwards until her gloved hand found the leafy ground. She didn't fall, but realized she had dropped her flashlight. She found it quickly, snatched it up, and pointed the bright, narrow beam into the... What? Not a man's face. This creature, sitting less than a foot from her, had human eyes, a human mouth and lips, but no tongue because someone had removed it along with his teeth. He doesn't have any teeth either. Yet whatever had made him a man had died long ago. Now he was thrashing from side to side, howling, his eyes clamped shut and jerking his face away from the light. Then his scarred body started jerking, convulsing. He's infected. The thing vomited, spraying her mask. Darby fell this time, deliberately letting go of the flashlight. She wiped at her mask as she stumbled back to her feet and started running, the vomit hot and wet, clinging to her scalp and skin. Not looking back, she sprinted out of the woods, feeling the vomit sliding across the edges of the mask, protecting her eyes, nose, and mouth. She pressed the mask firmly against her face to keep the seal tight. He's infected now. Whatever's killing him is lying on my skin. She reached the side of the house and clutched the hose's spray nozzle. She kept the mask pressed against her face as she lay on the ground and started spraying cold water over her face and hair. She could see the black sky, the dark outlines of the tall pines, and over the jet spray drumming against her mask, she heard the man's ungodly howls coming from the woods. The helicopter's engine was growing louder and louder. She jumped to her feet and started spraying down her vest, catching sight of a searchlight sweeping across the treetops in the distance. She also saw, crowding the lit window next to her, the frightened faces of the elderly man and a woman dressed in a pink bathrobe with white hair wrapped tightly in curlers. The searchlight was now moving across the street, searching for the APC. Darby dropped the hose, her boots waterlogged, and her soaked clothing clinging against her skin. She ran for the street, stopping near the APC, and, shivering, looked up at the sky, waving her hands. The searchlight switched direction. The bright beam whisked across the street, heading her way, and then stopped as the copter began its descent. The spinning blades kicked up leaves, small pebbles, and assorted street grit and trash, blowing everything into the air. The copter didn't have enough room to land. It hovered in the air so close she could make out the pilot. The hatch opened. Ropes were thrown into the air, and she watched, with a growing relief, as 4 people rappelled to the ground. They all wore dark green hazmat suits, with thick rubber boots and gloves tied off at the elbows, their gas masks connected to oxygen tanks strapped across their backs. They approached cautiously as the copter rose back into the air. Darby started moving towards them, and the one in the lead put up both hands, signaling for her to stop. "Stay right where you are and keep the mask on your face." The deep male voice had a mechanical echo over the mask's speakers. "Where's Darby McCormick?" "I am." Darby heard the words in her mask, but not over the voice amplification system. The water must have shorted it. She tapped a finger against her chest. "We need to decontaminate you," the same male voice said. "Just stand there and stay calm." A spray gun was pointed at her. Foam, thick and white, sprayed across her chest. It covered her mask, and when she went to wipe it away, she felt hands grip her wrists. "Stay calm," the same man said, closer now. She wondered if it was Glick, the man she'd spoken to on the BU hotline. "We're going to help you sit on—" "The prisoner is in the woods behind the house," Darby shouted, praying to God one of them could hear her over the hiss coming from the spray nozzle and the copter's dying but still loud engine. "He's in the woods!" Hands gripped her roughly. "Stand still. We've got to cover—" "Listen to me! The prisoner is in the woods behind the house, about 20 clicks north. He's tied to a tree and is infected." "We're going to help you to the ground." She let the hands guide her down, shouting, "He's one of them, one of the intruders from the Rizzo house. He's our only link. You've got to see if you can treat him." Sitting, she felt a pair of rubber hands cradling the back of her neck. "Lie back, Miss McCormick. Did you hear what I said? You need to treat him." She didn't get a response. Rough hands pushed her back against the ground, and then she couldn't see as a thick, shaving foam-like substance covered her mask. She couldn't move either, pinned down by all these arms and legs. "Miss McCormick, can you hear me?" She nodded. "The hazmat van hasn't arrived yet," the man said. "I don't want to risk waiting, so we're going to have to undress you here and decontaminate you. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not going to be pleasant." Her boots were pulled off her feet, now her socks. "Miss McCormick, I need you to keep your eyes and mouth shut. Nod if you understand." She nodded. Hands lifted her up and she stood, shivering. "Hold your arms out. Yes, like that." Someone unbuckled her vest. Another pair of hands worked the buckle for her tactical belt. "Come on, take off the mask so I can talk." Her wet trousers were yanked down across her legs as the mask was pulled away from her sweaty face. She spoke quickly, her eyes closed. "The prisoner is in the woods behind the ranch house, and he's—" A pair of gloved fingers prized her mouth open. She grabbed the wrist and tore it away. "He's infected!" she screamed. "Where?" The leader's voice. "In the woods about 20 clicks north," she said, shivering. "I tied him to a tree. Find him and treat him. He's our only link to what happened at the house." The man didn't respond, but she heard footsteps running away. Her long-sleeved T-shirt was pulled up over her head. Now someone gripped her bra and pulled it away from the skin. She felt the strap pop free. Someone must have cut it. Another hand gripped the elastic band of her cheap Hanes boycott underwear and cut it free. She stood there, naked and shivering, and heard the hiss of the spray nozzle as foam shot across her bare skin. The person who had prized open her mouth did so again, and even though her eyes were shut, she could make out the beam of a flashlight. "Miss McCormick," a new voice said, feminine and clearly nervous. "I need you to spread your legs apart just a bit." Darby did as instructed, too frightened to be embarrassed. Her imagination was racing with all sorts of grisly scenarios as fingers pressed against the lymph nodes underneath her armpits, then her groin. Her mouth was opened again, and this time she felt a cotton swab rub its way across the soft lining of her cheeks. They were collecting a sample to see if she was infected. If she was, and if the toxin couldn't be identified in time, she'd soon be lying on the ground, convulsing and throwing up until her lungs finally stopped working. Her eyelids were pressed open by thick, rubbery fingers and held in place. "We're going to wash them out with saline," the nervous woman said. The fingers held her eyelids open as a jet coming from a bottle of saline washed out her eyes. Then she was ordered to shut her eyes again. She did, and now thick bristles moved across her skin with such force she thought she was being cut by razor blades. An angry voice ordered her to stand still. She gritted her teeth as the brush raked across her breasts and nipples. When the brushes finally disappeared, the woman said, "Keep your eyes and mouth shut. We're going to escort you to the side of the house to be hosed off." "Am I infected?" Darby asked. "I don't know." Chapter 15. When the BU biomedical vehicles finally arrived, 2 vans and a mobile trailer, Darby saw, each one sleek and black and peeling down the street. She was sitting on the grass with her knees pressed up against her chest, her wet hair and naked, shivering body bundled underneath several towels and blankets, courtesy of the home's elderly couple. They had offered to let her inside, but the hazmat team wouldn't allow it. The old man, deadly scared and barely able to speak, said there were plenty of old towels and blankets on the garage shelves, and they were more than welcome to help themselves. Hazmat members poured out of the vehicles. One of them was heading her way. "Miss McCormick, please follow me." She stood, several of the towels sliding off her, and wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. She trotted in her bare feet behind the man, wincing in pain. It hurt to breathe. She didn't know if the pain was from the fractured ribs or if she was infected, or both. The man helped her into the back of the mobile trailer. Before the doors shut, Darby saw the frightened expressions of the old man, his wife, and what she assumed was the couple's grandson, a toddler dressed in footy pajamas and clutching a stuffed animal. As they were helped down their front steps by a pair of masked and gloved men, a bullhorn ordered them to a waiting van to be decontaminated. The heated trailer was packed with medical equipment, and also held 3 people dressed head to toe in hazmat gear. One was armed, state police, she guessed, maybe even army. He had an MP5 submachine gun strapped across the chest of his hazmat suit, and he kept his gloved hand on the stock, his eyes watching her. Syringes and vials glinted underneath the light. One of the unarmed people took a tentative step forward and said, "You're having trouble breathing." She nodded. "I think I fractured a rib. Shotgun blast." He helped her to lie down on a gurney. When he completed his poking and prodding with his gloved fingers and cold instruments, Darby nearly screaming when his hands touched her chest, he dropped a pair of scrubs on her stomach and told her to get dressed. She did, slowly, and after she finished, he came back with a syringe. He didn't speak or answer any of her questions as he drew blood, filling numerous vials. She had stopped counting after 6. Next, she felt a cold swab of alcohol on her upper arm, followed by the sting of a needle. "What's that?" "Something to help you with the pain," he said. "This way." Darby followed the man to the far wall, which held 3 doors. He pressed a code on the keypad, and then she heard the hiss of the airlock door opening. It led to a stainless steel room no bigger than a closet, a quarantine chamber, containing only a toilet. Darby didn't move. The sight of any confined space made her uneasy. The doctor, standing behind her, spoke for the first time. "It's only temporary, until we know whether or not you're infected." "How long?" "Until we know if you're infected? The blood work will take some time. It will go faster when we can isolate what, exactly, has happened here. Until then, we need to quarantine you. It should be only a couple of hours, and then we can take you to the hospital." Darby still didn't move. The guard, sensing that she might put up a fight, had stepped up beside the doctor. Finally she went inside. The door shut, and she flinched when she heard the bolt slide home. The space was warm, and she had a view, courtesy of the small, square plexiglass window. One of the vials containing her blood had been placed in some sort of separating unit. She could see the device sitting on a worktop, and as she listened to the tiny whirl of the motor, she watched the doctor, who was sitting with his back to her and typing on a computer keyboard. She could make out part of the monitor, but was too far away to read the words on the screen. She heard the sounds of the heavy back doors swinging open. Footsteps thumped across the floor, and then a masked face, revealing only a pair of blue eyes and dark, bushy eyebrows, flecked with gray, filled the tiny window. Then the face moved away, and Darby watched the man step behind the doctor. There was no talking, at least nothing she could hear. The man seemed to be consulting something on the computer screen. He stepped away, disappearing from her view. A moment later she heard the ceiling speaker crackle. "How are you feeling?" The voice of the hazmat man she'd first encountered. "So far so good," Darby replied. "Can you hear me, Sergeant Major Glick?" "I can hear you fine. Any problems breathing?" She nodded. "I think I fractured some ribs." "We'll give you a chest x-ray, and then treat them when we get you to the hospital." "What about nausea?" "No." "What's the Army doing at BU?" "Consulting." "On what?" "Various governmental matters that don't concern you." "Then maybe you can tell me about the man I left in the woods. What's his condition?" "I wish I could tell you." Darby swallowed. Her eyes narrowed. "If you want my cooperation, you better drop the bullshit and—" "No, you misunderstood me," Glick said. "I can't tell you anything about him because we didn't find him." "We didn't find anyone in those woods, Miss McCormick. Not a single person." Chapter 16. Mark Rizzo started to drift back from the darkness of his mind, only to encounter a new kind of darkness, one that was pitch black and smelled dank and musty. Something cold and hard and flat pressed up against the bare skin of his chest, thighs, and arms. Every inch of his skin felt cold. Then he knew. He had been stripped of his clothes. He turned his hand, and his fingers felt rough stone. A stone floor, damp and dirty. Chilly air. Dark air that smelled dank and musty. No. Oh, dear God in heaven, please don't let this be true. Adrenaline shot through his weary heart, flushing his skin, and then it died. His muscles were unresponsive, and while his mind felt thick and clogged, his thoughts sluggish, he had memories, fragments of them, and he remembered choking on the tear gas filling his bedroom and watching SWAT officers rush in and thinking, "Thank God, oh, thank God, it's over." But one of the SWAT officers had a syringe, and he remembered feeling the needle sink deep into his neck, remembered trying to break free of the restraints binding him to the chair when he heard the first gunshot. Mark Rizzo blinked the image away. He knew who had him now, and they were somewhere here in this pitch-black darkness. He could hear breathing. A voice boomed through the darkness. "Welcome home, Thomas." Part 2. The Cross. Chapter 17. Darby lay propped up in the hospital bed, with her hands folded behind her head, staring across the room at the clear plexiglass door. Beyond it was a small, square-shaped area of spotless white tile. It covered the floor, walls, and ceiling. The door in there was made of steel. 2 doors, both locked, both secured by key card readers. You needed a card and a separate code for each door. Each person who came in here had a different set of codes. Some punched in 3 numbers. Others had 6. One doc had 7. She had stopped thinking about how to mount an escape. Even if she managed to grab a key card from one of the docs or lab technicians who came in here to draw blood and then pump a cruiser load of dope into her system, there was still the issue of the codes, and even with those, there was the problem of whatever lay beyond those 2 doors. The BU Biomedical Building, where she was currently quarantined, no doubt had top-notch security. A stolen key card, and the codes, don't forget the damn codes, would get her only so far. They wouldn't open whatever doors separated her from the outside world. Then there was the staff to deal with, and guards, army boys probably. Would they shoot her? Unlikely. Would they mace her or use something like a taser? Most definitely. Escaping wasn't an option. Her thoughts shifted to the reasons why she wanted to leave here. The staff refused to let her use the phone to call someone on the outside. They refused to bring her a newspaper, although they brought her celebrity rag mags in droves and said she could read anything she wanted. She had asked for, and was given, Jane Austen's complete oeuvre. The TV in here had cable, but they had blocked out all the news stations. They refused to tell her what she had been infected with and why they kept drawing her blood and shooting her full of drugs. Orders, they said, from the man sitting high on the mountaintop, Sergeant Major Glick. Even more infuriating was the fact that no one would tell her when she'd be released. She was still showing no sign of infection, no nausea, no problem swallowing, and no problem breathing. Well, it did hurt to breathe, but that was caused by her ribs. There was a lot of talk about her lying down and resting, and for the first few days she had complied. Not one single symptom, and yet they were keeping her imprisoned here and refusing to explain why. She wondered what time it was. There wasn't a clock in here. A lot of things weren't in here. A lot of things. That was going to change. Right now. Darby yanked back the rough white sheets and the scratchy wool blue blanket, sat up and swung her legs off the bed. She didn't hop off, just sat with her fingers digging into the edge of the mattress, waiting for the dizziness to pass. It always took its sweet goddamn time about leaving, and when it finally did, she had to deal with how her head felt afterwards, this throbbing cement block on her shoulders that kept screaming at her to lie back down, a side effect, she assumed, from the pain meds. The shotgun blast had fractured not 1 but 3 ribs, tearing a considerable amount of cartilage. Thankfully, the damage ended there. Her lungs and spleen had been spared. The dope they were giving her, though, had another more serious side effect. It clouded her memories. Some were fuzzy, others were, well, black holes. She had no problem recalling the details of everything she'd seen and heard inside the Rizzo house. And she remembered quite clearly what had happened in the woods behind the old couple's home and what had happened after she'd been locked inside the mobile trailer's stainless steel quarantine chamber, bumping into the smooth, cold walls when the trailer got moving, driving her, the elderly couple and their grandson, all the way back to Boston's BU Biomedical Lab. She remembered being escorted into some sort of plastic-looking tube and into a painfully bright room of white tile, where 2 women dressed in biohazard gear stood by a gurney. One gave her another injection, as the other informed her that she had to go through a second decontamination process, this one more thorough. The sedative would make her relax and help with the pain. Both women removed her scrubs and strapped her down into the cold gurney. The last memory Darby had was one of staring up at the ceiling's humming fluorescent lights, watching as they whisked past her, blurring together, growing brighter and brighter. Whatever had happened after that was lost. When she woke up, alone, in the hospital bed where she now sat, the first thing she noticed was her skin. It had been scrubbed raw and gave off, along with her hair, some sort of medicinal smell that brought to mind the disinfectant and germicidal solutions used in funeral homes, nasty odors used in treating the dead. Well, she wasn't dead, or even hovering close to it. And yet they were keeping her locked up inside this quarantine chamber, straight out of a sci-fi movie. Blue padded walls, floor and ceiling, stainless steel sink and a private toilet and shower stall. Anything that left the room, her hospital scrubs, magazines, food scraps and paper plates, cups and plastic utensils, was wrapped and sealed inside a bright red biohazard bag. The dizziness, at least the worst of it, had passed. Darby slid off the bed and made her way across the padded floor in her bare feet, hearing the now familiar mechanical whine coming from the pair of security cameras turning to track her. These cameras monitored her movements, even at night when she went to use the toilet. She reached the console and picked up the phone. "Yes, Miss McCormick?" a male voice asked. She didn't recognize it. "What time is it?" "Almost noon. Are you hungry? I can bring you— I want to speak to Sergeant Major Glick." "I'm sorry, but he's unavailable right now. I was told he would return today." "Oh, he did, early this morning. He came by, but you were asleep." "Why didn't he wake me up?" "Doctor's orders." "I want to speak to him, now. Sergeant Major Glick is involved in a matter that has required him to be out of the office for an indefinite period of time." Darby finished for him. Everyone here kept reciting the same party line. "He's carrying a cell phone with him, right?" Well, I would assume so." "I want you to connect me to him." "I can't transfer your call. We don't have that sort of equipment." "Then bring a phone to me." "A cell won't work in here." "Then connect a landline." "I'm afraid your room isn't equipped. The phone you're speaking on right now is wired to come straight to the security console." "Fine. Have someone take me to a phone." "I'm sorry, but I can't do that until we know you're not infected." Darby felt an itch spark deep inside her head, right around the place where her spine connected to her brainstem. She squeezed the receiver, wanting to crush it. "You and I both know I'm not infected. These tests take time, Miss McCormick. We still don't know what you were exposed to, and until we do, we need to monitor— Who's your second in command?" "Second in command? I don't understand what— The Army's running this place, right?" No answer. "I want to speak to someone in charge," Darby said. "Now." "I'll forward your request, but, as you already know, we're not allowed to speak to you about the New Hampshire incident. Maybe you should ask the FBI. I can call them for you." Darby had already spoken to the two agents sent over from the Boston office, a pair of Irish boys named Connolly and Kelly. They stood in the white-tiled room beyond the plexiglass barrier, writing down her statement while asking questions through a two-way speaker. They claimed to have no knowledge of the investigation happening up north, in the Granite State, and promised to send along someone to answer her questions. That was 4 days ago. Maybe 5. It was hard to remember. Darby switched the phone to her other ear. "What's your name?" "Howard." "And what do you do here, Howie?" "Me?" He chuckled. "I'm just a lowly medical technician." "Okay, Howie. I want you to pass along a message. The next person who enters my room is going to be carrying my medical file and all of my blood work results. Said person is going to hand those to me and then sit down and answer my questions, all of my questions, including everything that's happening in New Hampshire. If this doesn't happen, Howie, not only will this person not be getting any more of my blood, he or she will have to crawl out of here. Do you understand?" "I understand your frustration. I honestly do. But you need to— Do we have an understanding, Howie?" "I'll pass your message along. Now, about lunch, would you like—" Darby hung up and went back to lying on her bed, wondering just how long she'd have to wait until someone came to speak to her. And what if they can't or won't answer your questions? What are you going to do? Then she'd have to deliver on her promise. Her thoughts shifted to the man she had cuffed to a tree in the woods, the thing with the veiny egg-white skin, missing teeth and tongue. There was no way he could have got loose by himself. Someone had cut him loose, either one of his buddies who had been nearby watching, or one of Glick's hazmat people, maybe even Glick himself. And that black plastic device I found sewn into his back. Just what the hell was that thing? Some sort of tracking device? It was maddening to wonder. Now she saw the man claiming to be Charlie. Saw his mask of dried human skin with its cut-out eye holes and mouth, the sutures attached to horribly scarred but healthy skin, belonging not to a man claiming to be Charlie Rizzo, but to Charlie Rizzo himself, the boy born with missing nipples, who had disappeared all those years ago and who now, seemingly for no reason, had reappeared back in his family's house to hold them hostage. No, there was a reason. Charlie, and he was Charlie Rizzo. She could feel it deep in her gut. Charlie had called 911 and requested SWAT and a bulletproof vehicle. He dumped a body in the shrubs, and when she asked him who that man was, he said, "I'm hoping you'll find out. That's why I gave him to you." Charlie wanted her to go inside the house alone so she could bear witness to his father's confession. What had Charlie said to his father? Here it was. "I want you to tell Dr. McCormick why I'm here. Don't be shy, Daddy. Start with the day I was abducted." Mark Rizzo never explained. No, that wasn't true. He said, "This thing is not my son." She took down Charlie, and tear gas flooded the bedroom, and then the people dressed as SWAT officers stormed inside the house. They hadn't come for Charlie. They killed him along with the rest of his family. But not the father. They took Mark Rizzo, where? To the same place Charlie had been living all those years? And why had they allowed Charlie to remain alive all that time? What was the purpose? You're assuming there is a purpose. Well, maybe not a purpose, but there was a reason. As it turned out, Darby didn't have to wait long. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the steel airtight door hissing open. Chapter 18. The person standing outside her plexiglass door, dressed head to toe in a thick white biohazard suit, wore the same accoutrements everyone else did when they came into her room. Gloves that ran up to the elbows, an M95 gas mask that covered the face, ran over one shoulder and down the spine, and connected to a lithium battery air purifier respirator. It rested against the small of the person's back, on a belt. At this distance, Darby couldn't see a face through the clear visor, but she suspected her latest visitor was a man, based on the height and width of the shoulders. The man waved an ID card across the keycard reader, then punched in a code. A stainless steel tray rested against his hip and was held in place by the other gloved hand. She saw a stethoscope, glass vials, empty tubes and needles covered by plastic tips. A slight whine as the security cameras turned to the man entering her room. Darby crossed her hands behind her head and watched as he lumbered across like an astronaut navigating the terrain of a strange planet. He placed the tray on the foot of her bed. The camera's whine disappeared, replaced by silence. She looked at his respirator pack. "How are you feeling this morning, Miss McCormick?" The man had an effeminate voice, and she detected a slight lisp. She looked up at his clear visor and saw the dark blue eyes underneath thick eyebrows that formed one big hairy caterpillar. "Have we met?" "No," he said, uncapping the plastic tip of a needle. "Any problems breathing?" "Are you a doctor?" "I am." "Tell me about your breathing. Have you been experiencing any— Do you have a name?" "Dr. Jerkins." "Like the hand lotion?" "Yes. Now please, about your breathing." "My breathing is fine. My vision is fine. No nausea." "What about problems swallowing?" "Now that you mention it, yes." He looked up from the tray, his eyes bright with interest. The human guinea pig had a symptom. "I'm having trouble swallowing this bullshit about you people not knowing what I was exposed to," Darby said calmly. It irritated her, having to maintain this calm pleasantness. She forced a smile, then added calmly, "And please don't feed me the line about how you're still running tests. You've been drawing blood for days, and you've refused to tell me the name of this sedative you keep injecting into my system. My head feels like it's gone a few rounds with Chris Brown." "Chris Brown?" "Rihanna's boyfriend, you know, the pop singer. He beat the shit out of her. It was all over the news." "I'm afraid I missed it. In any case, that lethargy you're feeling is one of the side effects from the sedative we gave you to manage the pain from your fractured ribs and to make sure you didn't go into respiratory distress. Which brings us back to the original question, which I'll ask for the last time. What was I exposed to, Dr. Jerkins?" "It appears you were exposed to sarin gas." "Appears?" "Your blood work is inconclusive, which is why we— What about the bodies in New Hampshire? Did you take blood samples?" "We did. They died of sarin gas exposure." "Sarin gas, Miss McCormick, is a nerve agent originally developed by the Germans as a pesticide," Darby finished for him. Sarin gas is clear, colorless, and odorless. It can exist on a person's clothing for up to half an hour, which explains why I was immediately decontaminated. Exposure to the gas, or even a small drop of liquid on the skin, results in loss of consciousness, convulsions, paralysis, and then respiratory failure. In layman's terms, yes, you're correct. But, as I was trying to explain before you interrupted me, we keep drawing blood to make sure you haven't been exposed. And these tests take time, Miss McCormick. I know you believe we're stalling you, but I can assure you this is not the case. Dr. Jerkins turned back to the tray. He picked up the uncapped syringe and stuck the needle into a glass vial. Demerol, a narcotic pain medication used to treat moderate to severe pain. No wonder why her head felt like it had been beaten. She always had bad reactions to Demerol. I don't want a shot, she said. You need it. I can deal with the pain. Yes, I'm sure you can. You seem to have a very high threshold. But we're more concerned about coughing. You've been coughing during the night, and if you cough hard enough, it could refracture one or more of your ribs. That's where the Demerol will help. He placed the syringe back on the tray and picked up an alcohol swab packaged in foil. I want to see copies of my blood work, Darby said. Sergeant Major Glick will have to authorize that. He's detained at the moment, but he wanted me to tell you he'll speak to you as soon as he arrives later this evening. You spoke to him? The man you spoke to over the intercom did. He promised to come here and answer all of your questions. He removed the swab from the foil and then turned to examine her arms. I think we should use the right one this time. The left is looking rather bruised. No injection until I see my blood work. Miss McCormick, it is vital for your health, and it's vital for your health, Dr. Jerkins, that you stay right where you are. Darby smiled politely. Touch me, and you'll be wearing your balls as earrings. Might be a good look for you since I don't know which way you swing. No offense. He studied her, trying to determine whether she was serious or blowing off steam. Be reasonable, he said, with a small vibration in his voice. He took a step closer. This will be over in just a moment. Chapter 19. The doctor grabbed her wrist. With her left hand, Darby grabbed his index finger and swiftly bent it backwards, breaking it at the bottom of the digit. The man howled. He clutched his wrist and stared at the broken finger as he staggered away. He hit the wall and tumbled sideways to the floor. An alarm sounded, loud and piercing. Bright red lights started blinking from the walls. Darby hopped off the bed. The doctor was lying on his back, howling. She straddled him. He tried striking at her with his good hand. She slapped it away and grabbed him by the throat, pinning him to the floor. Exposure to any nerve agent, especially sarin gas, results in immediate symptoms, she yelled over the alarm. If I had been infected, not only would I have shown symptoms by now, you would have remembered to turn on your respirator before coming into my room. She ripped the mask off his face and said, Tell me why you're keeping me locked up in here. He sucked in air, his face a mottled red. He said something, but she couldn't hear him over the alarm. What was that? She yelled, leaning closer. Orders, he gasped. Whose orders? Please, he begged. Please. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a flash of movement. Darby looked up and saw two men, one tall and white with a blonde crew cut, the other a burly Hispanic man with a shaved head, standing beyond the plexiglass door. Both wore suits, ties, and sidearms on their hips. She saw the slight bulge underneath their jackets. Feds. The tall white guy with the crew cut waved a badge in front of the keycard reader. Darby got to her feet. She started running as the door opened. Crew cut thought he could grab her and toss her against the floor. He came at her with both hands and she knocked them away, then raked him across the face with her elbow. She heard his nose break before his head snapped back. As his hands flew to his face, she planted her knee deep in his groin and turned to the Hispanic guy, who was reaching underneath his suit jacket. Darby hit him once in the solar plexus, throwing all of her weight behind the punch. His breath caught in his throat. He tried sucking in air, and when he turned, she landed 2 solid shots to his kidneys. Weeping came from behind her. She turned and saw the doc huddled in the corner of the room, staring at his broken finger. Crewcut was lying sideways on the blue padded floor, gagging up blood. It spilled down his chest, covering his shirt and $2 tie. He coughed and spat up blood. While she was dealing with his partner, Crewcut had somehow managed to release his sidearm, a 9, and was pointing it at her. Not a 9. The shape of the handgun was wrong, the magazine long and fat. A puff of air, and something sharp pierced her thigh. A dart. Darby pulled it free. The dart tip was gone, stuck in her thigh muscle, burning as it dissolved. He'd shot her with a tranquilizer, like she was some sort of unruly zoo animal. Maybe I am, she thought, her knees starting to feel watery. They've got to keep me tamed. They've been pumping drugs into me to keep me tame. They want to keep me here. They don't want to let me go just yet because she suddenly became aware of her body, of her accelerating heart pumping the drug through her system, flushing her skin. Crewcut was no longer interested in her. He had stumbled to his feet and now had the wall phone gripped in his hand, saying something about bringing a gurney around to the front. At least that's what she thought he was saying. The man's voice sounded garbled, as though she were listening to him from deep underwater. They're not wearing biohazard gear, she thought. Then, I'm not infected. I never was infected. The room's colors grew brighter, more intense. Darby saw Crewcut swipe the back of his hand across his shattered nose. He examined the blood, bright red and gleaming under the overhead lights, and listened to whoever was speaking on the other end of the line, as she tumbled against the padded floor, the room spinning her into darkness. Chapter 20. When Darby's eyes fluttered open, everything appeared blurry, as if her vision was coated with Vaseline. And her head, Jesus, her head felt as heavy as a sandbag, and it was hanging suspended over her lap. She had a vague sense of something biting into the skin around her wrists and ankles, of something wrapped tightly around both biceps. It took a few minutes of blinking to clear away the filmy layer. The first thing she noticed was the string of drool hanging from her mouth. She had collected quite a puddle on the lap of her hospital johnnies or scrubs or whatever they were. On the dark blue fabric covering her thigh, she spotted a tiny hole from the tranquilizer dart and, surrounding it, a dried patch of blood the size of a $50. They had bound her to a wheelchair. Thick Velcro straps were wrapped around her wrists and biceps to keep her from toppling off the seat. The same straps, she suspected, were wrapped around her ankles and shins. Lifting her head, slowly, she reminded herself, do it slowly. She heard popping sounds in her shoulders and neck. When she finally sat up, the muscles in her back and shoulders sighed in relief. Her right hand, though, was throbbing, swollen and cut from punching the feds. They had moved her into a new room, small, everything white, including the empty desk and chair. No security cameras on the wall facing her. She looked over her shoulder, the muscles groaning in protest, and didn't see any cameras on the walls. Nobody stood behind her. No clock anywhere. Darby stretched her neck and moved her shoulders to get the blood flowing. She wondered why she'd been placed in here and not back in her room. The door clicked open behind her. "Good. You're awake," a man said. He had a smoker's voice, deep and raspy, and a slight European accent. Eastern Europe. Russian, maybe. A squeak of footsteps as he moved to face her. He looked like an older version of the Irish actor Colin Farrell. He even had the same black hair. He was trim and tall, hovering close to 6 feet, and wore army fatigues, boots, and a short-sleeved olive t-shirt that showed off his repulsively hairy forearms. A clipboard holding a thick stack of paper was tucked underneath his arm. He removed it and placed it on the desk. Stamped in bright gold on a corner of the top page was the logo for the U.S. Army. He leaned back against the desk and crossed his arms over his chest. He methodically chewed his gum while staring down at her with a cold, flat glare, trying to intimidate her. That kind of ability came naturally. You either had it or you didn't. This guy didn't. And he didn't have a badge or ID indicating his name or rank or what he did here. "You keep staring at me like that," she said. "I'm likely to wet my pants in terror." "You broke a man's finger. Your doctor's finger." Darby said nothing. "And you attacked 2 federal officers." Darby said nothing. "The first guy you hit is in the hospital," he said, shattered his nose, and his balls are going to be swollen for weeks. Darby said nothing. Army Boy went back to chewing his gum, pausing, she guessed, to let the significance of his words sink in. His hair, while not excessively long, covered the tips of his ears, not an Army regulation haircut, and he had 2 to 3 days' growth of beard, which was also against regulations. "The other guy's also in the hospital," he said. "That gut punch of yours? He fell and cracked his head against the wall. Serious stuff." Darby said nothing, looking at the man's smooth biceps. No tattoos. "Was all that really necessary?" he asked. "All fights involve gravity and weapons." "And that's supposed to mean what?" "When you fight, you don't do it half-assed, and you always assume the other person is armed, so you hit him to make sure he can't get up." "Those guys you hit are federal agents," he said. "Boston office?" He shook his head. "Washington. That little stunt of yours cost you big time. You're looking at aggravated assault." "No, I'm not. Nobody's going to do anything." Another dramatic pause. More chewing. Darby wanted to hurry the charade along, have Army Boy get to the point. Instead,